All right. Thanks for tuning in to the first episode of the Culture Bomb with Dr. Phoenix for 2022. I am the host and facilitator, Sigma Jones. The main man of the hour, Dr. Phoenix, is also here as well. First and foremost, we just want to give a shout out to the subscribers. Excuse me. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for tuning in. We truly appreciate the love and support. Hope you all are doing well on today. This is towards the last week of February for the month of 2022, excuse me, year 2022. And also, this is Black History Month. And Dr. Phoenix wanted to do a special culture bomb, particularly for this month. And you guys are definitely in for a treat. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce the gentleman of the hour. That is Dr. Phoenix. How's it going, sir?
I am well. Good evening. How are you?
I am doing great. Just a peaceful weekend and all, but definitely been looking forward to another culture bomb this year just to kick off the year right.
Yeah, absolutely. So tonight's culture bomb is going to be pertaining to a gentleman very few black men know about, which is a shame. His name is Dr. Ronald McNair. And if
Mm-hmm.
anyone's not familiar with him, there's a scholar program, a national scholar program in the same vein as the Fulbright or MacArthur awards called Ronald McNair Scholars Program. Ronald McNair, or I should say Dr. Ronald McNair, was a laser particle physicist and the second black person to ever go into space.
Yep.
He died aboard the Challenger space accident in 1985, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Um, but he went to school at a time where black folks couldn't even go to school. Well, at least couldn't get into any of the major PWIs for that matter. But the ironic part is that I wanted to talk about how have black men not have lived up to his legacy and the legacy of not just him, but men like him, because he's not the only one. There's so many black men that exist in history that most black men don't know about because, again, most black folks listen to these very monolithic views coming from a certain group of people who only tells you about your so-called warrior scholars. Black men have completely forgoed, I should say, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Black men have completely capitulated and completely just given over their place in history, and not just in history, but their place in modern society to black women and to other groups of people. Because there's this incessant need for black men to pursue things that are not academically related because they feel that they're equivalent. And I'm here to tell you tonight that those are simply not true. And you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna see that in truth. So I wanted to start by just a quick 10-minute commencement address that Ronald McNair gave at his alma mater, University of South Carolina, back in 1984. So without ado, can you please go ahead?
Yes, sir. Let me bring that up right now. All right. So we got this up. Actually, let me do this just to fix that. Just gonna fix the banner real quick. Let's do this. All right, perfect. So we got that going. And so without further ado, let's watch this commencement from the late Ronald McNair.
I am happy to join you this morning for this auspicious summer commencement of the University of South Carolina. I am very grateful to Dr. Holderman and the members of his staff for their flexibility and cooperation in making my presence possible today. I'm also very grateful to my baby girl, Joy, who came into the world 3 weeks ago instead of today as planned. so that her daddy could come to South Carolina. Very sweet of her. I am pleased and very honored to accept this honorary degree bestowed upon me this morning. I feel that it is a very warm gesture, particularly coming from home. To go around the world 128 times at 17,500 miles per hour aboard the Rolls-Royce of spaceflight is one experience, but to come home amidst warmth and appreciation is an experience of equal magnitude. I shall eternally be grateful for this recognition. I'm sure Charles Bolden and Charles Duke would agree with me and tell you that the road between South Carolina and spaceflight is not a very simple one, nor is it one filled with guarantees. In fact, the only guarantees to be found are those that reside in the unchallenged depths of one's own determination. The true courage of spaceflight is not strapping into one's seat prior to liftoff. It is not sitting aboard 6 million pounds of fire and thunder as one rocket itself away from the planet. But the true courage comes in enduring, and as Colonel Bolden said, persevering the preparation and believing in oneself. I recall when I was a young student in Lake City, South Carolina, I had some difficulties with the whole business of confidence. See, I left South Carolina and went to North Carolina A&T, and I went there saying that I wanted to be a physics major. Now, I didn't know what it was, but I said I want to be a physics major anyway. Well, I showed up, and they put me in a group with all of the other physics majors from the big schools up north, New York, and Chicago, and Washington. And I heard all the guys talking about all of the great physics courses they'd taken. They'd taken these great courses in thermodynamics and classical mechanics and modern physics. And I knew that the only physics that I knew anything about was the theory of propagation of tobacco leaves. I see somebody else is familiar with that theorem. And I heard these guys talking about the great experiments that they had performed over the years. And I knew the only experiment I ever performed was mixing water with Kool-Aid. And almost blew it. So I figured physics was perhaps a bit more than I can chew. So I went over to the music department. I figured I can intimidate a few other folk over there, because I could blow that saxophone. Well, after a week in the music department, I decided, figured that perhaps I'm running away. It's no doubt I am running away without even giving it a try. You know, it really worked on me. It bothered me. So I went to the guidance counselor to see what advice she may be able to give me. Well, she gave me piles and piles of standardized tests. I took them for about 3 days. Finally, the test results were in, and I went back to talk to her to see what she had to say. And I sat across the desk, and she looked up at me. And she looked down at that pile of standardized tests. She kind of shook her head, looked back up at me, and she said, "I think you ought to go ahead and try physics, because I think you're good enough." Well, that's all I needed. Some authoritative figure, somebody to say, "You're good enough." Well, as I graduated from North Carolina A&T and went on to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to begin work on my doctorate, and what turned out to be a prize fight, with each round lasting 1 year long, a 5-round prize fight. Well, I stepped into the ring, armed with the gloves of eagerness, cheered on by a great crowd of hope. When after 2 days into the first round, I was caught by a devastating uppercut from the entry qualifying exam. As I watched the birds around my head, I could still hear the voice of my guidance counselor saying, "Get up and fight because you're good enough." On the second round, I thought perhaps the first round was a fluke. I got up and moved in for the kill when out of nowhere came this tremendous right cross from a doctoral qualifying exam. Well, as I lay there with my back pinned to the canvas of defeat, wondering if I even wanted to get up or not, I heard from the sidelines a thesis supervisor saying, "I know where you're from, I know what you're made of, get up and fight because you're good enough." On the third round, I began to move with finesse. I began to bob through classes and weave through exams. I opened up the fourth round with devastating jabs of knowledge. I followed through with tremendous crosses of hard work. By the end of the fifth round, that great giant lay stretched out across the canvas. I pulled off my gloves, walked across the ropes, grabbed my diploma, and I cried out, "I am better than enough." This is the message that I would like to leave in South Carolina this afternoon. You're better than enough. You may not come from the most well-to-do financial background. You may not come from the most affluent social background. You may not have glided through the University of South Carolina with the greatest of ease. But if you're willing to work hard, sacrifice, and struggle, then I proclaim today, you're better than enough. I think these graduates today have proven beyond the shadow of doubt that they are better than enough. Would you join me in giving them a big round of appreciation? And to the 1984 graduates of the University of South Carolina, I would like to say to you and caution you that when you walk through that door today, there will not be a great corps of buglers sounding a fanfare of your arrival. When you walk through that door today, the skies will not open up and illuminate you with rays of anointment from the heavens. But when you walk through that door today, when you leave this great Coliseum with diploma in hand, you will find that it's hot outside. And that your rear still aches. But as you move into the graduate schools, it'll start to get a little chilly. As you move into those jobs in the industry, you'll find that the world will start to get quite frigid. Those of you that are headed for academia, as either on the elementary, secondary, or college level, as you move into those areas in an attempt to rectify the negative trends in education throughout our nation today, you'll find that the world can get downright icy. But do not let the world's adversity either stifle your enthusiasm nor blind your vision. But the struggle towards excellence must ever be conducted on the high planes of self-confidence, a sense of purpose, and positive thought. Go forth with the knowledge that you are better than enough. Go forth with a desire to accomplish, with a desire to contribute to our society. Go forth with a willingness to fight. Besides, after all, who knows more about fighting than a South Carolina Gamecock? Thank you.
Wow. Very powerful.
I know, isn't it inspirational? And the sad part is that modern day black men have failed to live up to that legacy. You
Right.
know, the truly persevering part of his story was not just the fact that he initially got discouraged from majoring in physics in undergrad, was that as a child he was known as a prodigy because he could fix things at 3 and 4 years old. But when he
Yeah.
attempted, when he was around 8 years old, to go to the library in his hometown, I believe it was in Greensboro, North Carolina. Anyone's ever been to Greensboro know that that place is challenged, to say the least. I've been there a few times. It's a challenged place. But he attempted to go to the library as a child to get calculus books to study. But the librarian wouldn't let him check the books out and in fact called the police on him.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a man who grew up in the heart of the Jim Crow South. Now, when he gave this commencement address, he was around 34, 35 years old, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
This was a man who grew up in the heart of the Jim Crow South. And not only did he go on to graduate with a bachelor's degree from a HBCU, North Carolina A&T, which as a whole, because tonight's discussion will be about HBCUs as well, because I believe in many respects HBCUs not only have failed Black people, but also more importantly have failed his legacy, given that he's a graduate of a pretty well-known HBCU, and actually one that I would consider to be a pretty good one out of most of them, which are pretty crappy, to be honest. But more importantly is that this was a man who graduated with a degree after he was intimidated. And there was a reason he listed the schools in the North. He talked about Chicago and the schools in the North. Most people don't know this about Chicago because, again, you get mired in Chicago because all you hear about is people talk about crime in Chicago, or if you listen to some of these pro-Blacks, they talk about Negroes struggling in Chicago. Chicago has always been a city of academia and industry. It's always been a city of science. And specifically, there's one school in particular, the University of Chicago, which is also the alma mater of you all's favorite Thomas Sowell. And there's a reason why he mentioned physics at the University of Chicago. The University of Chicago was one of the other universities that participated in the Manhattan Project. The University of Chicago has one of the most famous physics department in the world, not just the country, but the world. They are world renowned. And if you walk your butt onto the campus of the University of Chicago, you can count the Black men on one hand. You will see. Yeah. And meanwhile, I've observed in this space in the short time that I've been purview to this space, or at least I've known of this space, and certainly over the past year, there's this very progressive train of thought that convinces young Black men and young Black men at that you're not good enough. That, hey, why you gonna go to college? College is a scam. You shouldn't do this. You should not have aspirations. You should not have ambition other than just, hey, go be a blue collar guy. Go do this. Go grab a certificate. Meanwhile, Black women have surpassed Black men in academic accomplishment and achievement. Right. And tonight's stream was meant to really put on notice how Black men have failed the legacy of Ronald McNair and how HBCUs have helped to contribute to that. Because there's so many Black men who say, yeah, we go to college, yeah, go play sports. And I got data on that one too, because I know guys, because I know the last Culture Bomb you and I did about the military really chapped some guys' asses. A lot of guys were really salty about the military stream, but I stand by 100% of what I put out there. This was all from the Department of DOD and from other government and reputable sources. Just like tonight, I will put out more information and data to show that Black men have not been doing their due diligence and certainly have not learned to persevere like he did. Because he didn't fail his PhD qualifying exam once, but twice.
Twice.
Most programs only give you one shot. You fail it once, they give you one shot. But they gave him another shot. Because they believed in him and they knew where he came from and they knew what he went through to get there. And if you ever meet his older brother, Carl McNair, which I have, because like him, I was a scholar. I was a Ronald McNair scholar in undergrad. And where I'm at now is a testament to how that program has helped me. And I know they're Black. I know for sure. I know for a fact there is one other Black man in this space in the so-called Black sector YouTube who is also a Ronald McNair scholar, but he sits here and capitulates to idiots on panels as an academic himself. And I think that's an utter disgrace to the legacy of Ronald McNair and how hard that his brother Carl McNair fought to get the U.S. Congress to make Ronald McNair a program of scholarship that was on par with Fulbright and the MacArthur Genius Awards grant. Because this is a federally funded program, just like all your other scholarly programs. But let's start off with our first bit of information. Unless you have something you want to add to this.
Oh, sir, you are the man of the hour. All I can say is we have given the facts, we have given the data. Going forward at this point, if you cannot comprehend the information, it's because you willfully don't want the information. And it's off our hands. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. That speech that doctor gave, for me at least, was very motivational. And almost to a level of there's literally no excuse in this day and age why any Black man, whether you're born here in America or you immigrated here in America, is literally no excuse why you cannot succeed today. And especially from the educational forefront. And at this point, like I said, we're giving the data, we're giving the information, but what guys do with it, that's on you. And personally, I don't want to hear come 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line, dudes coming back in, I want to say that space, because this channel, I don't consider this channel part of Black YouTube. But dudes in that space coming back and saying, wow, I wish I could have did things.
Unfortunately, that's the route you have to take. That is the unfortunate part, because if you want to be any Black man of love with some sensibilities and purpose, you just cannot be associated with modern day Black YouTube. You really can't. And there's some Black men that just found that out over the past week, that you really can't. When you talk like this, when I sat here for 2 years now, just listening, I don't go on panels. I don't really comment on people's stuff. I just listen in. I listen in the background, or a lot of times, most of the time, I just catch. I will listen to streams after they've been recorded or whatever. I will listen to it then, and what has really, really angered me is how many Black men, older Black men, Gen Xers, boomers, will get on panels and tell young Black men, you're 18, 19, 20 years old, hey, just go do this. Go to a trade. I'm sorry, I'm here to tell you that trades are fine. I have nothing personally against black men who are in the trades. But I'm telling you, there is an imbalance. When you have black men that are not prepared for the 21st century, they know little of the science that governs the 21st century, was going to carry black America into the 22nd century, long after I'm gone, you gone, and everyone else listening.
Right.
And the unfortunate part is that, and I agree with Lawrence Guy, he is absolutely correct. They just didn't try at all. Most black men just don't try.
Mm-mm.
Because you lack purpose and ambition, which are two things that only your father could give you.
Mm-hmm.
And because most black men have grown up with whores as mothers and bummy ass fathers, I'm trying not to swear here because,
Sir,
but,
you got the floor. Just feel free to speak your mind.
you lack the ambition and the purpose in your life. And so you grow up, and as far as I'm concerned, any black man under 25, you have not even attempted to compete in the arena of academia. You have failed in life, as far as I'm concerned. You don't have to do what I do. You don't have to do what the next person does. But you owe it to yourself, just as Ronald McNair said, to get out there and try. And even if you get knocked down, you get your ass back up and you do it again. That is what being a man is, despite what the hell you hear in Black YouTube. You don't give up. You persevere. And here's a man that he came from some backwater ass city, backwater medium-sized city in North Carolina of all places, and went on to go to one of the top universities in the world, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Those are aspirational schools. People dream of there. You know how many McNair scholars I know that went there? I know plenty of them. Plenty of my friends, myself included, went to some of the top tier schools in the country. My wife was a McNair scholar. That's how we met. And our story of how we met is the exception. It's not the norm. It's not even a rule, not what it used to be. And I don't care about what black men got to say about being married. I really don't give a damn about that. But I do care about the fact that you're at the bottom. And no matter how many men like you or me or the men listening in, no matter how much we succeed, we are still in the shadow, but in many respects, of all of us that don't even try. The black men who sit at the bottom. The black men who come up to my car daily begging for money because they're homeless on the streets of Atlanta. Or if you go to Chicago or any other major city where black people are in any significant numbers, the sheer numbers of homeless black men on the streets should be a public health crisis, but there's nary a word about it. You won't even hear a peep, not even your pro-blacks talk about it. Because they know, just like I do. And just like all of you all who live in these cities, you go out every day, you see the scores of homeless black men. You go to Chicago, you go to downtown Chicago, you go to Wacker Drive, you go to Lower Wacker Drive, nothing but tent city lining one of the richest cities in the damn country. A city with damn near $1 trillion GDP, but you got black men sleeping on piles of newspaper and dirty old blankets. You got the lowest unemployment rate of any group in all these cities. There was a study that came out of Chicago a few years ago. Black male teenagers had a 60% unemployment rate. You go just an hour north to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Only 30% of black males get a high school diploma. And yes, we know that there are structural issues in a way. But can we just be honest that many of those structural issues are a result of your upbringing, where you came from, the folks that spawned you? Can we be honest about that? Can your so-called pro-blacks be honest about that? Can we talk about your bummy ass daddy and your slutty ass mama? Two dumb Negroes got together and they birthed you and turned you into another dumb Negro with them. And so here you are walking out here at 18 and 20 years old. Oh, you think you make $50,000 or $60,000 a year and you can get a Dodge Charger. Meanwhile, your contemporaries are riding around in brand new Range Rovers and Teslas at 22 years old. You go to Chicago, go downtown, go to Gold Coast, go to Lincoln Park, go to Wicker Park, go to Evanston, and tell me how many 20-year-olds you see driving $100,000 cars. But let's get on with the first thing before we get upset.
Oh no, so you definitely on point. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get started.
Let's bring up the one from MIT, sir. Do you want to have something you want to add? Because I didn't.
No, we'll go right into it. So let's see. I have these here in. Okay, yep, here it is. So bring it up right now.
Yeah, we're not going to read this whole article, but I just want to go through a couple points on this article because, again, this is his. If anyone doesn't know, Ronald McNair's birthday is January 28th. So his birthday had recently passed in the past month. And so this was his school honoring him and his legacy. Again, this guy was an astronaut. You need to understand something about Ronald McNair. When he was chosen as an astronaut, he was the second Black person to go into space, but he was one of 35 chosen out of a pool of 10,000 candidates. This is how competitive the NASA space program is. 10,000 candidates. He was one of 35. I just want that to be clear when we're going through tonight, that this is a man who not only trailblazed, not only set the trail ablaze for Black men to come behind him, but this was a man who did it in spite of everything. Despite the fact he was the son of a teacher and a mechanic. And he went on to become an indelible part of American history. To the point that his name is memorialized even in the halls of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just scroll through this article. Let's go down to the let's do the second paragraph right here because there's something really interesting about him. So yeah, we start at McNair earned his PhD in physics. So McNair earned his PhD in physics from MIT in 1976, and went on to join the National Aeronautical and Space Administration, NASA. He became the second African American in space during the 1984 launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger, where he served as a mission specialist. From an early age, McNair proved adept with technology, for which he was affectionately known as Gizmo. He was raised in South Carolina by his father, Carl, an automobile body repairman, and his mother, Pearl, a high school teacher. As a young person, he made his own contribution to the family finances by working in the local cotton fields. His family's hard work, the Soviet launch of Sputnik, a community of faith, and a love of music provided some of the connective tissue of his early years. The explosion of Challenger in January 1986 shocked millions of viewers all over the world. Now, keep in mind, in that address he gave, he had just had a daughter. So his daughter was only roughly about 2 years old when he died. Yep. Aboard that, him and the other 6 astronauts died aboard the Challenger explosion in '86. We can scroll down to the valedictorian. So it says he was the valedictorian of his high school class. McNair earned his bachelor's in physics from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, North Carolina A&T, which is a HBCU, which in my opinion is one of the few HBCUs that I think is actually worthwhile. And truth be told, they are pretty impressive with the STEM graduates they put out. I will admit that. He began to study karate as an undergraduate which, according to friends, appealed to him as a means to strengthen his self-discipline and his capacity for grace under pressure. Also, he was a fifth degree black belt in karate. In fact, the day that he defended his dissertation, he won a karate competition. He was also a very talented jazz saxophonist too. So the next paragraph, he became a Ford Foundation fellow, and though he thought of attending MIT was intimidating, he overcame his trepidation. So see, something I want to make clear here, fear is natural. If you're not afraid of something, if you don't have any fear, I would question you and question your general state of being. So going into an institution where you know there aren't a lot of people that look like you. There aren't probably never, and surely during his time, there was probably next to anyone look like him. Yeah, that would be intimidating. But there's no reason to give up. And that's the whole point of tonight's conversation. There is never a reason to give up. There is never a reason at 18 and 20 and you're under 25 that you should give up in life. Life is not this linear path. It's full of turns and curves and ravines and creeks and crevices. That is just the nature of life. But he found things that help to boil him, help to ground him. And his study of karate was one of those. So he became a Ford Foundation fellow. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Scroll down. You don't need to read that. We can scroll down some more. Yeah. Let's do this. So this was his professor, the second paragraph under the picture. Bowden recounted Ron loved to walk up to the edge, see just how far you could get over there. In the words of McNair's thesis supervisor and director of the spectroscopy lab, Professor Michael S. Feld, he learned to set bold goals for himself and then to focus all his talent, his strength, and his concentration towards achievement of these goals. So even as a student, even in an institution that had a student body that doesn't reflect him, he was still fearless. Something to take away from tonight. So this is the next three paragraphs is what I really want to get to. His determination was tested beyond the usual trials of graduate study when McNair's bag was stolen, containing 2 years of specialized and collaborative data that provided the underpinning for his doctoral thesis. However, Feld said McNair never complained. He started again and produced a second set of data that was better than the first in less than a year, maintaining his original completion schedule. According to Feld, this was typical of the way he worked to accomplish his goals. So with a dogged sense of determination, he did what he had to do. According to the Institute archives, his graduate study, McNair performed some of the earliest development of chemical HF and DF and high pressure CO lasers, carbon monoxide lasers. His later experiments and theoretical analysis of interaction of intense CO2 laser radiation with molecular gases provided new understandings and applications for highly excited polyatomic molecules. This became ways to, when you look at spectroscopy, for any folks that have taken chemistry or physics, physical chemistry in particular, you understand these are ways you can analyze compounds and analyze the molecules of compounds by using lasers, using high intensity lasers. McNair completed his PhD in 1976, and the same year he won the AAU Karate Gold Medal. A published expert in his area, McNair accepted a position with the Hughes Research Laboratories in California. While there, he applied and was among the first non-test pilots to be accepted for training as a NASA shuttle personnel. So we don't need to read the rest of this because the rest of this is pretty much standard fare pattern. We can move on to the next one because I think let's see. The next one, we don't need to do that one because that one's a News One article and it talks about him more. They were honoring him last month on his birthday, but it also
Mm.
talked briefly about the first black man in space, which, well, we can talk about him at another time, but I wanted to talk about Ronald McNair because that was the point. So
Yeah.
let's bring up the Wall Street Journal article here.
By the way, the Wall Street one,
If it doesn't
looked like
load, that's okay. If it doesn't load, because I don't know if it might load, it might ask you for a subscription. It might.
yeah, I was just about to say that was the one that asked for a subscription. So
Okay. Yeah. No, we can skirt that one. That was fine. So
okay,
let's bring up the next one, the NBC News.
all right.
So
Sorry, just going through
yeah,
finding
no
these real
problem.
quick
No problem.
because I have the tabs up just in case. So always be prepared, just like McNair. All right, and here we go.
Yeah. So this article was written in 2019, June 9th of 2019, so almost 3 years ago. And it's called HBCU's crushing student loan debt is a symptom of even bigger problems. Um, so it starts out by saying when Michael Sorrell became president of Paul Quinn College 12 years ago, he addressed the dire situation his school was in and made a bold choice. No more football. I mean, we're in Texas. We're an HBCU in Texas, Sorrell said. I got a little flack for that, okay? Because again, a lot of these southern states, particularly Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Texas, these Gulf states, football is a religion. And so whether that's at the professional level with the NFL or is especially true at the collegiate level when you're looking at these Division One NCAA schools. And so, but to him, eliminating the program was the only way the historically black college in Dallas, which was founded in 1872 by a group of preachers from the African Methodist Episcopal Church to educate free slaves and their children, could get back on track. Football had cost the school roughly $600,000 to $1 million a year, he said, and scholarships went mainly to the players. Meanwhile, other students struggled. Faculty and staff members were leaving, and buildings had fallen into disrepair. We're roughly 18 to 24 months away from closing. We had financial problems. We had academic problems. We had morale problems. And it was the prototypical scenario for an institution that had been struggling for a long time. And the end of the road was coming, he told NBC News in a phone interview. The challenges Paul Quinn College faced are not unique, experts say, even if its solution is one of a kind. Last month, when billionaire philanthropist Robert Smith thrust historically black colleges and universities into the national spotlight by pledging to eliminate up to $40 million in student loans for Morehouse College's almost 400 graduates. His gift was heralded as both historic and likely life-changing for those students. Now, here's the thing. Everyone remember when this happened a couple years ago. And the flack that he got from black folks. Saying that it wasn't because he wiped out the debt of 400 young black men. It was because of who he was married to. Or at least who his second marriage was to. Not because he had previously been married to a black woman for about 20 years and he had 2 black children, who themselves also went on to top tier Ivy League universities like himself. No, but it was because he married a non-black woman. I dare you to say the black woman's eternal nemesis, a white woman.
Yeah.
And never mind that he did something that in more than a century of operation for many of these HBCUs have failed to do, which was to graduate black students with less debt than PWIs.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, the data has been pretty clear for a number of years that HBCU graduates tend to carry more debt than the graduates who went to PWIs, and that includes Black graduates who went to PWIs. And this is for a variety of reasons. Most of the time is because most HBCUs are horribly mismanaged. They have really bloated boards of trustees, excuse me. Not to mention that they have a very weak alumni program. Most of the alumni at these schools, yeah, they love to brag about the fraternities and the sororities, but they're very lackadaisical when it comes to alumni contributions to their alma maters. So let's scroll down a little bit here, go past the video with Robert F. Smith. Let's go right here. So HBCUs were founded and subsidized by states, the federal government, philanthropists, or churches to educate Black Americans who were barred from attending majority white colleges. But in recent years, financial woes, among other issues, have forced a number of the schools to the brink of closure to put their accreditation at risk. And lacking large endowment for generous scholarships compared to many non-HBCUs, much of the burden can fall on students to depend on substantial loans to make up gaps in aid. Gassman said that more than 70% of those who attended HBCUs rely on federal Pell Grants, which is aid for students who demonstrate financial need. But for these students, there's usually still a gap between Pell money and the aid that school offers, which is where loans come in. So that 30% that don't need federal Pell Grants, where do you think they came from? Those are what Negroes have affectionately called your bourgeoisie, your Black elites. That 30% that don't need the Pell Grants and the financial aid, that's who they are. So 70%, which means that's roughly about close to the same percentage as you see in single mother-led Black households. So again, all of these numbers, these stats, they seem to correlate with each other in many respects. But let's continue here. Student borrowers owe close to 1.5 trillion in student loan debt nationwide. However, when race is factored in, Black college graduates owe on average $7,400 more than their white peers, and that number is expected to more than triple to 25,000 in the next few years, according to the Brookings Institute, a Washington-based think tank. A 2016 United Negro College Fund report also found that a higher percentage of students at HBCUs, 80%, use federal loans to pay for college compared to 55% of students not attending an HBCU. It also found that a higher percentage of students, 12%, at HBCUs combine federal, state, and private loans to finance their education compared to 8% of non-HBCU students. HBCU students also borrow more money and are more likely to tap into unsubsidized federal loans and rely on their parents to also take out loans, according to Gassman. See, this is what happens when you come from underachievers.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes incumbent upon the next generation to do what they didn't do, but you have to do it with both arms and both legs tied behind your back. So you already walked out into the world with a handicap. I should say multiple handicaps.
Right.
And this is why it's so imperative for Black men to be really serious about what is your place in this world and how the hell are you going to get there. But let's continue there. We don't need to hear about Senator Kamala Harris. We already know she went to Howard, all that other stuff. She went to Howard and ain't done nothing for the damn school. And she the vice president. How about that? I think we can school this out because basically what this comes down to is essentially that this is the story of one HBCU, Paul Quinn College in Texas. This story of one HBCU, but this has been true of pretty much the vast majority of HBCUs. I mean, some of them like Hampton, Spelman, they've been ran pretty well. Morehouse ain't been really managed that well. Ironically enough, given that Spelman is the sister school to it, but go figure. So, yeah, let's go on to the next article. This is kind of pathetic.
All right. Next one coming up is the fourth article
Yes, sir.
titled The HBCU Challenges, a Deficit of Discipline.
Yeah. So let's do this here.
Now,
Yes, sir.
while you get into your spot, Doc, I find this article very interesting
Mhm.
because, I mean, I'm not trying to jump the gun and everything, but
No, feel free to.
just the title, A Deficit of Discipline. That should give a precursor to the audience listening in that when you look at a lot of these HBCUs, except for the ones you mentioned like Spelman and North Carolina A&T University, I'm just gonna be honest. When I was a high schooler and I had a high school counselor who was also a black woman, and when I was weighing options, as far as like the universities to go to and everything, she just straight up told me like, with your grades and ACT scores, just go to one of the bigger universities. Don't even bother looking into an HBCUs. Now she said like, you could go if you want. You know, it's up to you. But my opinion, you would be a thorn uh, uh going to those type of schools. And I didn't understand why she said that. But now, especially when we release these information you're about to go into tonight, it definitely makes sense why some of the brightest of the bunch from Black America would rather go to a PWI type of school rather than an HBCU.
Yeah, I might get in. There was two additional bits of information that I sent. I wasn't gonna go into one, but I think I might have to go into one of them because one of them is kind of telling. But it's, well, yeah. Let's just get into this. So let's start out here. So let's start out with the first paragraph. So yeah. A push for higher standards is putting the accreditation of historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, at risk. But HBCUs can meet those higher standards by following the example set by their music departments, where conductors and faculty openly interfere with a tough, almost parent, almost parental love in every aspect of their students' lives. The same kind of loving micromanagement applied across the board in all disciplines can produce same outstanding results in other fields that have long characterized HBCU performance ensembles. Let me make something really clear to you about HBCUs and why I'm so adamantly against them is because of that first paragraph right there I just read off. Because you
Yep.
go to these HBCUs and they coddle these students. That's the difference between the PWIs and the HBCUs. They do not coddle you at the PWIs. It is sink or swim. Either you will perform to the academic standard, or we will get rid of your ass. That is the deal. There is no wiggle room on that. You either perform to the academic standard, or we will get rid of your ass and replace you with folks who can. And see, the right now, Black folks are mired in this whole FBA versus the Black immigrants. The Black immigrants aren't your problem.
Nope.
It's the Asians and the East Indians. They're your problem. The Arabs, they're your problem. They're the ones
Mm-hmm.
coming on these H-1B visas. They're the ones that are coming on these visas and going to these graduate schools like MIT, going to schools like MIT, University of Chicago, University of South Carolina, Georgia Institute of Technology. They're going to Rice and Emory and Harvard and Yale and Princeton and NYU and Columbia. They're going to Northwestern, UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC San Diego, UT Austin, Texas, UT Houston, UT San Antonio. And this is the reason why I'm against, especially your black PhDs with these silly ass Africana studies PhDs, and how they sit here and pathologize your lack of ambition, your lack of discipline. And how everything just has to have this pathology to it. This is very simple, folks. It is very simple. The standard isn't the standard. I didn't come up with the standard. You didn't come up with the standard, Sigma Jones. This is what it is. The Asians came here, they met the standard, and then they broke it. The immigrants come here, the black immigrants, yeah, they come here, they met the standard, and they broke it too. The Asians set the bar, the black immigrants came here and beat it. Broke it. Meanwhile, black folks are getting mired into FBA versus black immigrants. Yeah, there's always gonna be some tension there. Yeah, ain't nothing you can do about that. But what black folks can do, but what black Americans should be doing about it is making sure you're competitive in the 21st century. And that's the problem. You're not competitive in 21st century. Black men are not competitive. I can sit here and talk about black men all night, and I guarantee I'll be one of the few black men talking about black men. You got black men homeless on the streets of every major city in this country. You go to Los Angeles, Skid Row, 80% of them are black men. And you don't hear a goddamn peep in the media about it. You don't hear a peep out of black women about it. You don't hear a peep out of anyone about it. Even your damn so-called black academics, your black Africana studies, your black sociologists, whomever, they don't talk about
it. And you know, Dr. Felix, to interject a bit, especially when you talk about how Asians come over here and just continually move the bar up and up in education. I can tell you right now, all of my male Japanese friends that I have met in college, study abroad students, all of them graduated with a bachelor's degree within 4 years. And off the top of my head, only 2 have went on to go get their masters and are now making roughly the same amount of salary, maybe a little more so compared to me with my bachelor's degree. But not a single Japanese man I have become friends with from my college days did not finish school.
And yeah,
all of them finished school.
Yeah, no, and that's a very good point, because that goes to the heart of what we're going to get in later, a little later in this discussion tonight. Because initially, when they talked about college graduation rates and completion rates, it initially meant a 4 to 6 year period, really a 6 year period. But now, in the past few years, they moved that bar out to 8 years. So 8 years to complete a bachelor's degree. In that time, you could have went on to grad school, maybe damn near finished up a PhD by that time.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's taking black students, and black men in particular, 8 years to get out. And even then, you're looking at effectively about 20% who actually make it out in that period. You're looking at an effective rate of around 20%. But we gonna get into that. We definitely gonna talk about that, because this is why I picked this Forbes article, because this is what happens when your black professors actually start to get real and be honest about the damn situation in black students. Mm-hmm. Most black students come from a home where discipline just wasn't a part of life.
Nope.
Ambition and honor wasn't a part of life. It is what it is. I didn't make it up. This is just what gets reflected in the way you perform in school.
And you know what, Dr. Felix? The second paragraph right after in this article pretty much goes right into what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, we about to read that right now. So let's continue with this. I know what I'm talking about. For more than a decade, I've been a professor and an administrator teaching at two HBCUs, and I've been taking notes. I've seen a great many students succeed and a great many others fall short. The difference lies in personal discipline. Those students who come to school with habits of basic self-discipline, attending class every day on time, studying each day, finishing assignments when due, and organizing their personal time are the ones most likely to succeed. You know, there's a number of studies that came out that talk about the average amount of time that Black college students spend studying. Black college students only spend about 45 minutes to an hour studying every day. Your Asians spend about 2 to 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should say, Asians and everyone else spend around 2 to 3 hours. You see the difference here? 2 to 3 times the effort, 2 to 3 times the outcome.
And not only that, what the author said, those students who come to school with habits of basic self discipline.
Yeah, and this is something that only you can get from your parents. I mean,
was just about to say.
This is something that only comes from the home. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn white supremacy. This is from your home. Mm-hmm. But if you grew up in a home where, hey, your mama slept with half the neighborhood, you just one kid out of your bummy ass daddy's 10 or so children. How do you think that happens? And instead of Black men learning from the examples that you see out of your parents, how not to be like them bummy ass Negroes, no, you go on and listen to them, take advice from them. Sometimes you call them your cool uncle. And they teach you how to be losers like they are. Mm-hmm. And so when you do think you're going to attempt to walk your ass into a collegiate environment and thinking, you find out really quickly, you end up tasting defeat on that first exam when you fail. Then you fail another one. Then you come to midterm. You might pass the midterm, most likely not. Then you drop the class and say, hey, well, maybe I can make it in these other classes. But lo and behold, you do poorly in those classes. Maybe just barely pass on with a C. Then you get put on academic probation. This is all in your first semester. Mm-hmm. And by the time you're done with that first semester, you're gone. This is the story that happens more often than not with Black students and Black males in particular. You're gone by your first or second semester in college. And me, all the while, you got the debt. So you didn't make it academically, but you walked out of there with 20 grand in debt just from 2 semesters.
Yep.
And that's even worse than walking out of there with a degree in the debt, far worse. Because at least you can leverage that degree for some type of social capital, some type of credibility, something that you've been validated by a university. Oh, well, this person was good enough to get a degree from our university. You got validated through them. So somebody will believe in that social capital. Since Negroes love to talk about capital, but don't understand social capital is really the currency of the 21st century.
Right. And especially if you at least graduate with a STEM degree, you can easily leverage that into a higher paid position.
Look, man, I know folks. Do you know I know folks that are engineers right now that started out with political science and sociology bachelor's degrees. I know folks I know folks right now in medical school with sociology and history degrees. Okay, this comes down to how driven are you? How ambitious are you as a Black man? And I'm not saying your ambition is to do what everyone else does or do what I'm doing, but I am saying you owe it to yourself to do this. This isn't for me. And since you're pro-Blacks and you B1 types, they love to talk about this crap. You know how you help black folks? Showing black folks how it should be done. That was the whole point of tonight's stream. That was the point of starting out with the commencement address from Ronald McNair, because he showed you how it was done. Hey, he got knocked on his ass a few times, but not only did he stand his ground like a man, he got back up. And he tried it again. Even when he doubted himself, people told him, hey, we know who you are. People believed in him. So he performed so well that even when he did have his moments where he faltered, people believed in him and what he can do so much. They pushed him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to where I'm at today because there were people who believed in me. There are people who helped me. Yeah, and many of them were black. I'll be very frank about that. When I was applying to medical school, all my letters of recommendation came from black people. Every single one. Although I could have had plenty of white folks write me letters of recommendation, but the black folks that I had write me letters of recommendation, I had them write it for very specific reasons, because the three of them were my mentors when I was a McNair scholar. It was them who pushed me to do the program. It was them who would pay for me out of their, who would give me stipends and pay for me out of their research expenses for me to go to conferences, go to research conferences. See, one of my mentors is a she, female, went to Northwestern University, since Negroes love to talk about top 10 schools.
Mm-hmm.
Went to Northwestern. She was a nurse, had a PhD, was a big advocate of oncology and cancer care. My other mentor was a black man, a retired major in the U.S. Air Force, an Air Force pilot, and a family practice physician. So he didn't just do it big. He took it all. He went to the casino and bet it all on black and won it big and walked out of there and took it all. So he didn't join the Air Force until he was in his second year of medical school, because a white man told him they don't give pilot wings to niggas.
Wow.
And he said, and I'll never forget when he told me this story. He said, yeah, they don't give, this man is in his 60s now. He said, yeah, they don't give pilot wings to niggas. And you know what he did? He took a leave of absence from medical school, and in 2 years' time came back and threw his pilot wings down on the guy's desk and said, you sure about that?
Well, one thing, I'm pretty sure he probably feel the same sentiment, but he don't see himself as a nigga.
Yeah.
That's the battle right there. Unfortunately,
that
you
was
got
always in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
That is always that is where the battle. That's where the battle begins, and that is where it ends. It's what happens in between your ears. And see, and that was the whole point of Ronald McNair's speech. The battle was all in your mind, and when you can conquer that, when you can master that aspect of yourself, then there's nothing else holding you back. That was the point. And that is the point of tonight's stream. Is that remove the detritus, remove the chicanery. Have the wherewithal and the perseverance, have ambition, find your purpose. And that was the whole point. The whole point was that black men have been so purposeless for so long, now almost 2 generations, that now you got Z's up here, and everybody keep talking about how you got dudes in the space talking about how the Z's are doing better than, no, they're not. The Z's ain't doing better than the millennials. They're worse off than the millennials. Mm-hmm. The only Z's doing better than the then the millennials are the non-black ones. They're the ones doing better. The black ones, they're just as clueless. They're more clueless than any other generation before there ever was. You talk to the average Z, they have aspirations of being a TikTok and YouTube star. They want to be an Instagram influencer, a social media influencer. You even mention to them, well, you ever thought about something other than that? Oh no, this is the end all be all. Not realizing that the folks that do that stuff, they spend years at that. All your YouTube personalities, the ones that, let's think of, what's a black one we can think of? I know at least 3 black YouTube personalities that have millions of subscribers. Let's see, Marcus Brownlee. I've been following that young man since he first came on YouTube back in the very early days of YouTube, before he even went to high school and before he went to Columbia University, where he majored in computer science. So here's an Ivy League guy, a multimillionaire YouTuber, and a black man that black people could give a damn about. The average black man look at him and call him a cornball or a clown. But yet, he meets and exceeds the standard of performance. But nonetheless, and this is true of many other black men that you don't hear talked about, or certainly in the black YouTube space, black folks can give a damn about. Because if it ain't about finding some way to scapegoat other groups of people for why you've been underachievers for so damn long. Because it's not like being an underachiever has been endemic to Black America. Mm-mm. No, because the blacks, the slaves that came out of slavery in the mid late 1800s, those folks took a population that was 80% illiterate and turned it around in less than a decade.
Yep.
So you took a group of people who came out of slavery that couldn't even read. The vast majority of them couldn't even read, and in less than a decade, you have had more than a 90% literacy rate. So we know it's there. But the question becomes, what happened? And I'll tell you what happened. Social media and dumb niggas and low achievers. Mm-hmm. And I meant it just like that. Because there's just so much stupidity that has just permeated throughout Black YouTube. And so many young people get on Black YouTube, go listen to these channels, listen to clowns, take every damn thing from relationships to COVID is a scam, it's a hoax, college is a scam, it's a hoax. No, that's not how the world works. But yeah, let's continue reading this article because this is one of these areas where I'm really passionate about. So, because I spend so much of my time going through, having been in school, stuff like that, where you get tired of being seen that you're the only Black man. You can find a handful of Black women, but you end up being the only Black man in most respects. But let's continue with this article. So, yeah. But students with a deficit of that kind of discipline are overrepresented at HBCUs today, which goes to what I was saying for the last 10 minutes. In the past, when mainstream colleges refused Black students, HBCUs could recruit the very best. Today, however, when elite schools vacuum up the best of all races, HBCUs often face the challenge of educating students who, though bright and eager, have never developed those basic habits that are essential to success. Other schools simply do not give those students a chance. HBCUs do. So even if you're bright, but you're not disciplined, no one cares.
Nope.
That's the moral of that particular paragraph. And this is true. And this is what I meant when I stated earlier about your black professors that always pathologize underachievement. You joke around with the students. This is no joking matter. Black men have no advocates out here. I don't know. Only people that are going to advocate for black men are black men. Doesn't matter how many black men you see drop dead on the streets of Chicago or New York or wherever. No one cares. Just a footnote in history. A new effort is afoot that will result in making things even harder for HBCUs. A recent Wall Street Journal article discusses that effort. The article describes a push by the Council for Regional Accreditation Commissions, or CRAC, to weed out weak schools and encourage strong, harsh action by exposing colleges with four-year graduation rates below 25% to extra scrutiny. This is why HBCUs are failing. This is why there's so much pushback about giving HBCUs funding, because HBCUs over the past few decades, even though they didn't used to do this, has spent so much of their time and energy trying to educate the idiots, the folks that weren't ready, the folks who are immature, the folks who cannot be serious, who have no purpose, who have no direction, the folks who have no ambition. So they focus so much of their time and energy and resources on that lower 50 to 70% and not enough on that upper 30%. And this is why your white institutions excel. And they don't even have to be Ivy Leagues. You go to schools like UCLA. These schools are considered public Ivy Leagues. Why? Because their standards are so high that the only students meeting those standards are the ones that can meet the standards. The only ones getting in are the students that can meet those standards. Mm-hmm. This is why HBCUs fail, and this is why I don't like HBCUs. And I don't like many of the professors at HBCUs, because they don't enforce this. They don't enforce a culture and a model of excellence, being academically competitive, which appears. See, this isn't like, if you remember the movie, I don't know if you ever seen it, with Denzel Washington, The Great Debaters.
Yep, definitely seen that.
So what people don't know about this story, which is a true story, but it was the only HBC. It was the HBC. It was out of Texas. I can't remember the name of the school, but their debate team beat Harvard's debate team. Mm-hmm. And at that time, no HBCU had ever been successful in a debate. And not only did they beat Harvard's debate team, they went on to be the reigning national debate champions for about a decade. Some little small 4-year college out of Podunk, Texas, some damn where, beat the elite of the elite. And the kid that helped them to beat it was 14 years old at the time. That's what happens when you, at one point, when Black folks did foster a culture of excellence and a no nonsense, no excuses attitude towards your students. But yet you denigrate the folks, the African immigrants, because they don't play that crap with their kids.
And you know something, Dr. Phoenix, is something you mentioned, how with that movie, how you had a school that literally had no choice but to strive for excellence, because for the most part, the state and the federal government didn't care about those schools. So for them to compete on a national level and defeat an elite Ivy League school like Harvard, that was a huge achievement. But nowadays, and I know SKC has this clip, nowadays your debate team at HBCUs consists of, I'm just going to say, lowlives that now want to talk about.
That'd be about right. But continue. That'd be about right.
Yeah, these lowlives that want to talk about chocolate-covered watermelon. And somehow that is academic excellence.
Yeah. Yeah. If Your modern day HBCU is all about some damn silly ass step shows, fashion shows, and goddamn sororities and fraternities. Every Negro coming up out of there want to rep their fraternity or their sorority. Meanwhile, your schools are some of the poorest in the nation. They have fostered a culture of underachievers. Many schools don't even take their graduates serious. I know people who went to PWIs and then thought they were going to go to HBCU for graduate school, and their professor straight up told them, "Why the hell are you doing that?" White professors told them,
Yeah.
"What the hell are you doing? You're too good for HBCU." I know folks, I know black students who literally had white professors tell them that. And that says a lot. And I think for black men, and why this is so impertinent for black men is because yes, nobody don't even think about black men when it comes to the conversations about higher ed.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody don't even mention black men.
Nope.
Black men are just this invisible group of people out here. Only time they mention you is when they want to talk about how well you can run, jump, catch, and throw a ball.
Or rap or sing.
Exactly. So Negroes, the pro-blacks, the B1s out here, they love to talk about old plantations. Last time I checked, sports in of itself are plantations.
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked, getting on top of tables and dancing to get a record deal is plantation type activity. But hey, what is it for me? I don't know. But let's continue, sir.
Yes, sir.
The schools most in need of that increased scrutiny are HBCUs, where the 6-year graduation rate, the graduation average is 37%, and the 4-year average by some estimates is between 12 and 15%. The 6-year graduation rate at HBCUs is 37%. Across all HBCUs, average is 37%. And the 4-year graduation rate is between 12 and 15%. President Obama shares CRAC's attitude. So shortly before CRAC announced its initiative, he sought to raise accreditation standards by executive action and asserted HBCUs needed to get their act together or go by the wayside. See, Negroes got mad at him when they said it because they said, "Oh, you're an elite, you went to Harvard." This is how academia, I'm gonna let you in on, I'm gonna let Negroes in on a little something. This is how the white institutions look at HBCUs, period.
Yep.
Now, there are some they do give deference to, but the vast majority of them, they see them as worthless and producing graduates that are underachievers and unprepared and not worthy of admissions to their schools. So again, these are kids that would, under most circumstances, get denied at PWIs, but they give them a chance at HBCUs. But meanwhile, HBCUs, their stats go down and they ultimately suffer because you don't pick the best and the brightest black students to begin with. You pick the lowlifes. Because there's always this incessant need for black folks to want to try to help those of us that just gave up on life, didn't even try. You're 18 and you already done gave up on life. You got a kid, maybe 2. You gave up on life because your mama was a piece of crap, your daddy was a bum, and they gave you nothing. But then you get out here and blame everyone else. You blame the black professionals or the black elites. You blame white supremacy. Now the new deal is you blame all the black immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, you know what the standard is, but you can't live up to the standard. But it's funny, black men can live up to that standard when it comes time to when they want to get into sports.
Mm-hmm.
You will spend 12, 14, 16, 18 hours a day working out with a physical trainer in the gym, practicing, reading, looking over plays.
Mm-hmm.
But meanwhile, you can't do basic algebra. You can't write a basic essay, let alone a college entrance essay.
Mm-mm. It's
But
something how I see all these motivational videos, especially like for football and basketball. Uh, dudes getting pep talk to these athletes and everything, but yet I've yet to see a motivational video motivating a young black man to finish college and get his degree.
that will never happen.
You're
With
right.
this modern day group of black folks, highly doubtful that happened. And it's funny. So your first black president says, yeah, HBCUs need to get their act together, go by the wayside. And I agree with that sentiment exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But let's continue with this. The concerns voiced by Obama and CRAC are well founded. It is right to demand accountability from institutions that students often incur enormous debts to attend, and it is not enough for HBCUs to keep pleading for sympathy based on the same things they've cited in recent decades, such as high percentage of first generation and low income students who attend them, or the thinner endowments and weaker funding that constrain HBCU budgets more than those of other schools. If HBCUs don't answer the call for real change, for real innovation, in addressing the unique challenges they face, then President Obama's words may prove sadly prophetic. HBCUs may indeed go by the wayside, leaving the neediest students who are hungriest for an education with no way to obtain one.
But that's a question in and of itself. Are
Yes, it is.
these students really hungry for an education?
I'll tell you what I've seen. What I've seen in recent years. I've been in a number of schools, spoken with students, spoken with elementary school students, spoken with secondary students, and I'm telling you, even in undergrad, I used to help run an ACT prep course at a very low performing high school in Milwaukee.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you something, man. Those students didn't care one damn bit about what the hell I said, or me trying to help them be better at math or reading or biology or chemistry, anything. It didn't mean one bit. And I'm tired of this thing where you got a lot of these black academics, especially a lot of Negroes in a black YouTube sector that talk about, oh well, we can put in rap, we can put in music. Why do black kids need all these handicaps? Why is it that they can't do what everyone else do? Negroes got to find some way to reinvent the goddamn wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so damn hard for a black child to sit his ass down and study like everyone else does? Why is it that they have to have some special consideration for that? That is a failure of black culture. That is not a failure of your schools. That is not a failure of whatever. That is a failure of the culture. Where 6 and 7-year-old students are cursing teachers out. Calling teacher whatever expletive you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Your child is 7 years old and is a behavioral issue, is a discipline problem. That comes from no place other than the home. That has nothing to do with white supremacy. Because you can find people from all walks of life that come to this country with 2 pennies to rub together, and in less than a generation, they have not only caught up to black people, they have surpassed them.
Yep.
You want to add something else to that before I continue reading this?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. But we don't have to do that. The means are at hand to redress the discipline deficit at HBCUs and meet and beat the challenge of higher standards. The solution is to do what many of our music departments already do. I've seen it and it works. HBCUs have a rich history of outstanding blah 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 blah. Okay, all that. Let's see. The excellence of our performance ensembles is no accident. They succeed using the same principles of discipline that all professions require. Daily rehearsals, hours-long sessions, weekly performance, and required attendance are just a few of the demands that our students cheerfully endure to be part of these ensembles. Band members or choir singers may not have this discipline when they first walk through the door, but they learn it. The best choirs foster an environment in which each singer is pushed by the commitment to the other. The band's success hinges on each musician. Responsibility is fostered and errors are corrected. Our bands and choirs do not suffer from a deficit of discipline. On the contrary, they have a commitment to discipline. They are true, real-world educating organizations. Yeah. I don't think we need to read no more of this, but that was, we don't need to read no more of the article, but that was the gist of the article was pretty much made in the first two paragraphs.
And what gets,
go ahead, sir.
what gets me, Dr. Fitz, this was kind of conflicting for me with that particular article. Now, I'm all for if the music department has something emphasized for students to where it shows they are disciplined and really stay commitment to their studies and their goals and everything. I'm all for having that same type of rigor for other departments. But my thing is this. This is just my opinion, but the reason I feel like the music department can set those standards and those students want to follow that type of rigorous demands and activities is because that was something that they have been, I guess you could say, their desires in music. They want to become the next R&B singer or the next pop singer or the next rapper or the next great band and everything. But I don't see that same energy from the same demographic when it comes down to, oh, I want to be the next scientist. I want to be the next astronaut. I want to be the next mathematician. I want to be the next engineer. Like, I'm sorry. I don't see a culture that gives that same type of push in STEM, in those type of industries that compare to music and athletics.
No, and you're absolutely correct. This is a failure of culture. This is not
Mm-hmm.
this is not something where you can put the blame 100% on white supremacy or some external force
Mm-hmm.
or an event. No, this is all internal. All of this is coming from within, not without. And that's the fundamental problem here, which is that there's never any real honesty about what happens. Because I think, well, I ain't gonna say I think. What happens here is that you would meet a lot. If you talk to the typical Black HBCU student or graduate, and you say, well, why did you go to HBCU? Or a lot of them do, they transfer from PWIs and go to HBCUs. And I'm about to get to that, why that happens.
Mm-hmm.
They say, well, I always wanted to be someplace where I can just be Black, and I wanted that experience of going to an all-Black school, and I said, well, the world isn't Black. The world is full of a bunch of different people and you live in a country where you're, truth be told, you're the minority, and one of the smaller minorities, to be honest. Right. So you think at some point in your life you're gonna have to interact with some of these other groups of people? because you will. Because if you rely solely on black folks, oh, it's gonna be a rough going for you in your life. So they all get a little flustered.
Mm-hmm.
They all say, well, you know, you think you're better than us because you went to a PWI. I don't think I'm better than you. I just understand I follow the statistics. I follow the numbers. And the numbers are saying, well, your PWIs ain't looking so hot. I mean, excuse me, your HBCUs aren't looking so hot. And even when you compare the HBCUs to even some of the lowest performing PWIs, at best, they're just even.
Right.
At best. And it's not an issue about, oh, we got a small endowment. The endowment isn't the problem because there are plenty of small, very elite schools like Oberlin College in Ohio. Anyone's familiar with that school? A pretty elite liberal arts school. You got a lot of those little small liberal arts schools. In fact, Cornel West just became a professor of theology at one of them in New York. And there are schools like that all over the country, barely got endowments beyond 500 million, maybe a billion, if even that. But yet they're elite. They don't have these problems. So money isn't the problem. The problem is the caliber of students, the caliber of people you're catering to. And if all you're doing is catering to the underachievers and the lowlifes of a society, then what do you think those outcomes will reflect in your numbers, and why so many folks are saying, well, look, you all keep hanging on to this idea of, oh, well, you educate a bunch of first generation schools. Yeah, so do the PWIs. Ronald McNair went to a PWI for a PhD, no less, and went to the best one. See, this is ambition. And this is what happens, that even when at the academic level, your so-called academics foster low expectations in your students. They don't hold them to a standard. They coddle them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get out here and you get on TV and you go before these white politicians and you're begging and you sound weak, and for the black male academics, you sound effeminate.
Mm-hmm.
And you're finding some way to pathologize, oh, why you deserve this. And quite frankly, a lot of folks have gotten tired of it because the numbers tell it all. And you know how you know the numbers aren't BS and people are not just out here lying? Because when you go to fill out a FAFSA, anyone that's filled out a FAFSA, you will know the school, it will tell you on the FAFSA the graduation rate for that school. Because they have to report this data to the Department of Education. Otherwise, they can't get financial aid. They can't get scholarships. They're not eligible for financial aid from the Department of Education. So they have to report those numbers.
Yep.
But, sir, let's go to the Fox News article. I think you guys will find this one somewhat interesting.
Pulling that up right now.
Now, okay, let's start with the opening paragraph here. Okay. While most busy college kids might spend their days in sweats, one student at Howard University was a notable exception. He's accused of stealing $429,000 in financial aid from 2011 to 2017 to buy fancy clothes. And the picture
is.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, he's scrolling.
Look at that, the fur coat.
Yeah, the Gucci loafers.
Bag.
Yeah, the Gucci bag, the Gucci loafers. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you really dig deeper on this guy, he had a brand new Range Rover. So this was about 3 years ago, about 2 3 years ago. Oh yeah, about 4 years ago. Yeah, almost about 4 years ago now. So students of the historically Black University in Washington, D.C. are protesting on Friday over the incident, as well as a larger scandal alleging financial mishandlings, which came to light just recently. NBC Washington is reporting. On March 27th, an anonymous writer by the name of Veritas 1867, in a likely nod to the school's motto and founding year, posted a bombshell report to Medium claiming 1 million in financial aid was diverted between 2013 and 2017. The writer suggested that Howard University president Wayne Frederick and his administration have been aware of this fraud since May 27, and points out that at least 7 senior level financial aid officials have either resigned or been quietly removed since then. 2 individuals allegedly involved in the scam were identified by name: Brian Johnson, and former associate director of financial aid and law student Tyrone Hankerson Jr., of course his name Tyrone, who reportedly received roughly $429,612 in grants and various scholarships through his undergraduate and graduate years at the school. In addition to a $65,000 university need-based grant, to a $22,683 mock trial scholarship, as well as a $21,000 trustee scholarship, a $6,000 study abroad scholarship, a $5,645 university grant. The Medium story claims that Hankerson received additional financial aid, rewards, and massive stipends from the Office of Student Life and Activities and the Student Employment Program. If true, such large grants for a single student are bizarre, as costs to attend a private institution in 2017 to 2018 tuition round out to about at $43,501 between tuition, mandatory fees, and room and board, according to their website. Now, a lot of these tweets are actually from students, and obviously the one right below the paragraph I just read is from the Howard University Student Association. Yeah. I was alerted in December 2016 that there may have been some misappropriation of university-provided financial aid funds. President Frederick said statement on March 28th, assuring students that funds embezzled from 2007 to 2016 by university employees result in a loss of student financial aid. However, Howard collegians largely aren't buying it. Let's make something clear. There's 2 separate stories going on here. So the first story is of the student Tyrone Hankerson, who got $429,000. The other part of the story that's in here is that there were a number of financial aid officers, folks within the administration, within the financial aid administration at Howard, who were also accused of embezzlement. That they also stole a lot of financial aid money from the school. So it wasn't just him. And later you'll come to find out what he did was actually pretty legal. But ethical, legal, questionable, ethical, no. And so let's continue here. So we are frustrated to see the university statement being sent to the press and not addressed to the students first. The Student Associated tweeted that day. This is clearly a betrayal of our trust and should have been addressed to the Howard community months ago. Now, if you read this tweet right here, this Howard University tea is hot. My poor mother breaking her back to pay all my back balances every semester, fighting to register me into classes. Whole time y'all stealing money. I'm disgusted. And here's another tweet. The Tyrone Hankerson situation upsets me to the core because there has been many times during my dealings with Howard, I sat up at night and cried hard because financial aid played with my livelihood. Yet dude got a smooth $430K without being noticed. I want reparations. Meanwhile, wow. Twitter's having a field day with Hankerson, or the Wolf of 6th Street, because anyone goes to DC knows that's where Howard is. Howard is at on 6th Street. It's right out, not too far outside of that DuPont Circle area. As one Twitter critic calls him, he also ran a fashion blog and was known to wear expensive clothes, Yahoo Lifestyle reports, though he's since deleted all of his social media accounts. Stylish photos of Hankerson are quickly circulating. Some were quick to mock Hankerson, while others were sickened by the injustice of the situation. Okay, yeah, that was the tweet I just read. That was the other tweet I just read.
But yeah, rightly so.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think we can leave it at that. But I just want to bring this up. So this was about 4 years ago. And again, we gonna bring up another article. So let's see, what's the next article I want you to bring? I know I had them in order, but we had to do a couple of them a little out of order because I don't want to read. I didn't want to get to all of them.
Oh, not a problem.
Yeah, let's read the Washington Post article, the one that is right below the Forbes article.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the protesting of Corvius.
Yeah.
Taking that up right now. Right. So this is the Washington Post. Title is called Howard Protests Over Mold and Mice Put Campus Housing Contract Under Scrutiny.
Yeah, so if anyone's not familiar with HBCUs, this has been a problem at not just Howard, but a number of HBCUs for at least a couple decades. Because I know folks that are Gen Xers that were talking about how crappy the housing was at Howard. But this was true just about a couple years ago at Clark Atlanta University in Atlanta had a similar problem. Actually, they had the same problem last summer. Not only did they not have enough dorm rooms for students, but also pretty poor accommodations. But let's start off right. When Autumn Hester arrived at Howard University in August, moving into a campus quadrangle named after Harriet Tubman, she was convinced she had arrived at the Mecca, the place of greatness, she said. She had heard stories about the elite, historically Black university in the nation's capital, from its Emerald Yard to its high-profile alumni such as President Harris. Of course, they're going to keep bringing this woman up. It's funny, you never heard her ever mention Howard until she got on the campaign trail, but we ain't going to talk about that.
Yep.
But the reality has been less impressive, said Hester, a freshman psychology major. The air conditioning in her weekly hall dorm room was not functioning during the hottest day of the summer, she said. And at one point, the room's temperature reached 92 degrees. Anyone that's ever been to DC in the summer knows it gets really hot down there. It can get really hot. When we started noticing that there was mold in our rooms, Hester said, symptoms like coughing, watery eyes, and a sore throat and itchy throat followed. Multiple coronavirus tests came back negative. Housing stories like Hester's, along with reports of mice, flooding, and crumbling ceilings, helped spark protests on campus that are approaching their fifth week. More than 100 Howard students are occupying the Blackburn University Center, according to protesters, and dozens more are living in tents outside. They are calling on administrators to improve housing conditions and increase transparency, as well as restore student, alumni, and faculty representation on the university board of trustees. You want to know why your HBCUs are broke? You're looking at it right there. The board of trustees at these HBCUs, they are some of the biggest bloat parties ever. You got board of trustees, they got 20, 30 members. Unheard of.
Yeah, that's definitely unheard of.
But you saw the same problem at Morehouse too, where they had a very bloated university board of trustees. And this was just a few months ago in November of 2021. So, while Howard students have a long history of protesting the administration, groups recently waged demonstrations in 2015 and 2018 over financial aid, housing issues, unreliable Wi-Fi, and a host of other issues. The length and high visibility of this fall's protests have spawned tense conversations about accountability at one of the nation's largest HBCUs. Howard, by endowment, is the largest and technically the richest HBCU. their endowment is about around close to 600 million. Since students launched their protest in October 12th, they have gained high-profile attention and support, including from civil rights activists, blah, 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 Elizabeth Warren, I think this really doesn't matter. The point is that this has long been a problem at Howard. Oh, if you scroll down, you can actually see it. Well, you dropped it down, but if you scroll down, there was actually a picture of the president, the current president, Howard, which is
Oh, no problem.
You don't have to. It's not important. You don't have
Oh,
to.
yeah, no problem. And I know. Yep, here he is.
Yeah. So this is why oftentimes it's so difficult to really trust Black folks in positions of power like that. Because this is what happens, and this is the problem with your HBCUs. They tend to favor bloat, especially in these trustees, these board of trustees, which tend to be, they tend to favor their sorority and fraternity brothers and sisters. So this becomes a way for them to, make a whole bunch of extra money for doing nothing. Because these positions do pay, but basically, usually the requirement is that you all have to meet maybe a couple times out of the year, and that's it. Doesn't pretty much that's the only requirement for most of these. But usually, these become ways people can add additional income to their existing income, whatever. But the point is that, again, here you are at the largest HBCU in the country, and yet you're seeing a condition where you have roaches, moles, iffy Wi-Fi, spotty Wi-Fi, excuse me. You have the buildings that are in various state of repair. And yes, this is true of a lot of the stuff. Even if you go to like you can go to a lot of the HBCUs across this country and you will see similar state of affairs when it comes to their dorm and their housing. And these are all the ways that HBCUs have failed Black folks. So, and specifically have failed Black men, because again, when you look at a lot of these things, now here's a Black man that leads it. This doesn't look very favorably for Black folks.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
And see, when people hear stories like this, because you don't typically hear stories like this coming out of your PWIs. Now you can hear other stories about other crazy shenanigans and stuff like that going on in PWI, but when it comes to students having accommodations, you don't hear those stories. But Black folks have no problem sending their kids to these schools, to HBCUs, or I should say, I should rephrase that and say, Black students who do have aspirations for college have no problem going to these underperforming HBCUs, because let's just be frank here, most of the time it is because they can't get into the PWIs.
Yes, sir.
That's the problem. It's not because the HBCU was the first on their list. Usually one or two reasons they end up at HBCU. One, they either damn near failed out of a PWI, or they were on academic probation, so they left and went to a HBCU claiming that, oh yeah, I'm treated better there. No, they just coddle you there. That was the whole point of the Forbes article.
And that's why, good doc, that one article talking about, the deficit of discipline for the HBCUs, that's where I had an issue with the author when they made the statement about helping the students who are eager and hungriest for education. Because I'm just going to be honest, if the student was really hungry and eager for education, most likely they would not be going to an HBCU.
Yeah, you will hear more stories like Ronald McNair. So yeah, I think I think I pretty much drove home the point about the HBCUs right now. I don't think there's really no other in this day and age, and we've seen this consistently with a lot of your black professionals who have gone to PWIs. They tend to have better. They do tend to have better outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
They get networked. They get put into certainly a better alumni network because the alumni networks at these HBCUs are trash. You want to hear something really interesting?
Go right ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Are you familiar with the group APAC?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Do you know that they recruit from Howard?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they've had a program for many years where they recruit lobbyists for them from Howard. They send you over to Tel Aviv for a summer as part of a fellowship, an internship. I learned of this probably about a little over a decade ago. And the interesting thing is that they've done this for a number of years. So basically, a Jewish organization goes to an HBCU to get black folks to advocate for Jews, for Jewish interests.
Mm.
How is that for your pro-blackness?
Wow.
How is that for your woke?
Wow. I have nothing to say on that. I mean, I've already have very low expectations of pro blackness, but that right there, mm,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, I learned about this a number of years ago, and it was, yeah, kind of somewhat was a little flabbergasted. But yeah, but let's go into the crux of what I really wanted to talk about tonight, which is black men and black men not living up. Correction. They have, as a collective, disgraced the legacy of Dr. Ronald McNair. So let's bring up this Brookings.
If you can, Dr. Phoenix, I'm gonna have you just kind of, speak your mind a bit, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, so this conversation tonight was meant to do two things. It's not meant to denigrate men who've chosen a certain path in life. No, what it's meant to do is bring some damn balance to the damn conversations that go on among black men about choices you make for what you want to do in your life. And every choice in life, everything you do has a price. So I don't care if you want to be a truck driver or whatever. You want to be a truck driver, you want to be a physician, you want to be an astronaut. There's a price for all of those things. And the problem that goes on is that black men like to take the path of least resistance. Black men have encouraged, older black men have encouraged younger black men to just be average, be okay. But somehow at the same time, complain about women don't show deference or don't respect that. I'll be honest with you, no one respects average. People don't respect average because average is just that average. There's nothing that makes you different or better than the next person. You're just average. You're just like everyone else. But going beyond being average, being something great, something extraordinary, is what this conversation was meant to be about. And again, at the same time, for black men, while the conversations have always been mired in the discussions of relationships and such like that. Look, men going abroad looking for women. I don't personally care what you do one way or the other, but I will say this much. Don't think those women have any less, even if you go abroad, especially if you go to places like China, Japan, these industrialized countries, women have the same expectations of you. They don't want average men. They want men who overperform. Because if she goes back to her family, what does she go tell her family? If her family asks her, well, what does this man you're with, what does he do? How does he make his living? And what's she gonna tell him? You're a warehouse worker, you work in a factory? Because I've seen these chats. And the things that the vast majority of black men are doing are, at best, they're average. And while I'm not saying that going out and becoming a model of academic excellence will ultimately alleviate every single problem you have as a black man, but it certainly makes life a lot better. I can tell you one thing from my own personal experience. People respond well to well-educated black men, and that includes women. And yes, to be a well-educated black man, to be a black man to go to medical school, to be a black man to go to a Ivy League, to be a black man to go to a top-tier school, yeah, you have to have a certain level of arrogance about you. That's why when you hear the conversations in this space, the black men who have been underachievers all their life, your so-called red pill folks, your MGTOW folks, your baby daddies giving you advice about women folks. That's why they respond so negatively when they hear educated men. Because see, the educated men don't come in talking about relationships. I can give two damn. I really don't. I can give a damn about a relationship. Because as I said earlier, I'm a married man. I met my wife, who was also a McNair scholar like me, and never had that problem. And I am sure most high achieving black men, I am sure high achieving black men don't have those problems. But black men have been okay getting really horrible life advice from low lifes and losers. And yes, these Negroes are low lifes and losers.
All right, Dr. Fizz, I have returned, so if there's another article you want me to bring, just feel free to let me know.
Yeah. I just want to finish this up really quickly.
No, take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. Black men have gotten very accustomed to taking advice from lowlifes and losers. Men who teach you that being average is okay. And I'm telling you, is not in this world, in this century, being average is not okay. We're at a point now where even someone who makes $100,000 a year is damn. you can be damn near just considered a working man. It's not even enough. I live in a city where you got $2 million townhomes. I live down the street from a complex from a gated townhome community where the townhomes there are starting at $1 million. You ain't never heard anything like that. You're paying $1 million for a townhome. And this is what's going on. And again, when you get out here in the world as a young man and you're 20 years old and you wondering why the hell you have to struggle and why you sitting here looking at your white peers and your Asian peers and your East Indian peers, and they're driving E-Class, AMGs, M cars, RS Division, for all you Audi lovers. They're driving Aston Martins and Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and you pick it. Meanwhile, here you are, struggling to try to find a footing in life, struggling to still figure out who the hell you are and what the hell you want to do, because where you came from, they never valued that. They just value getting together and having some fun, and you came out 9 months later. So, with that, sir, let's bring up the Brookings article.
All right. Loading up. All right. And here we go.
Yeah, let's scroll down here some, sir. So, the article starts out by saying, as the U.S. grapples with its long history of racial exploitation and exclusion, the unacceptably large racial disparities in virtually all meaningful walks of life, a spotlight is once again beginning to focus on the plight of Black men in the U.S. Such concern is not unprecedented. About 15 years ago, there was a brief flurry of attention paid to high incarceration and low unemployment rates of Black men and their consequences for Black families and communities. Do you understand 15 years ago, I was still in high school?
15 years ago, I was still in elementary school.
I was just starting out in high school. This is the crazy. So the last time Black men have been on the minds of people of any significance, I was just going into high school, and hell, you were still in elementary school. How about that?
Yeah.
And so again, this is what's going on here. As I was saying earlier, yeah, this is a professor, white guy. See, this is why oftentimes I like to deal with white folks, because at least white folks got the nerve to be honest. See, you deal with your Black professionals, your black professors, especially your liberal arts professors, especially your Africana studies Negroes. Yeah, they are honest like this. They're honest, but it's honest with a caveat. There's some pathologizing to go on. And while I will say that a lot of what happens with Black men, it can be related to institutionalization, can be related to institutional racism. A lot of what happens begins in early childhood. And a lot of that institutional racism doesn't really have a bearing on it. Much of that is a representation of where you came from, your lineage, if you will. So, low unemployment among Black men, his first table here. So, table 1 shows employment rates in the U.S. by race and gender from the most recent Bureau of Labor Statistics. So, this article was written back in March of 2021, so last year, so pretty recent article. The last of these measures, I focus on 3 outcomes: unemployment, labor force participation, and employment in the population. The last of these measures summarizes the effects of the other 2 and remains the single best measure we have of broad employment activity. All 3 outcomes appear separately by race and gender, and for both January 2020 and January of 2021. The former allows us to compare racial and gender employment outcomes at the very peak of the business cycle, while the latter reflects the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and recession on these outcomes on men and women of color in the labor market. Here's the long and short of it. You want to know why you see so many Negroes on YouTube at all times of the day for multiple hours a day? Here it is. So let's look at the first table. So right here, you're looking at the UR stands for unemployment rate. The LFPR is labor force participation rate, and the EPOP stands for employment in the of the population. So if you look at it, compared to black men, black males, you see 5.7, 67.4, 63.6. So what this means is that roughly, the real takeaway here is the third column, the EPOP rate, the employment of to the relative population. So what it's telling you here is that roughly about 63%, if you round it up, 64% of black men are employed. So this is in January 2020. Now, in January 2021, that has gone down by a few percentage points. So it's gone down from 63.6 in January 2020 to 59.9. So roughly about a 3% decrease. And if you look, the unemployment rate has gone up from January 2020 to January 2021. So it went from 5.7 to 9.4, and is gone. And the labor force participation rate, has gone down from 67.4 in January 2020 to 66.1. So effectively, you have about 40% of the black male population that is unemployed.
Wow.
That is a working age of working age that is unemployed. Now you compare this to their contemporaries. So let's look at white males. So you see the same as you see similar rates of decline for white males, because again, it kind of goes with my little theory that black men have become followers of white males. That's why you see so many black men on YouTube hanging on to every word that white men say instead of being the leaders that at one point other people used to come to.
It's just like that old saying, good doc. If white America has a cough or has a cold, black America has pneumonia.
Yeah. And this is true. So again, black men, and certainly black men of the YouTube sector, have followed white men down this rabbit hole of red pill crap and MGTOW crap and all this other bull crap. Mm-hmm. Look, at the end of the day, let's be real frank here. At the end of the day, there is nothing that gets said from these so-called red pill guys or these MGTOW guys that, truth be told, that if you are a man that has just lived your life, you would have figured this out just from experience. But I know most black men have not lived life, at least the black men on YouTube. You have not lived life. You have not been anywhere. You have not left the confines of the very neighborhood you came from. And you all probably still live with your mama if you're not sleeping on your girlfriend's couch. You think driving a Dodge Charger is hot business, because black men seem to love Dodge Chargers because they're cheap. But yeah, you see similar rates of decline from white males to black males. And what I'm saying that at least my theory is that black males have followed the leadership of white males. And I think that's why you get so many black women who just say, hell, the hell with it. if black men are gonna try to be the white males, why don't I just go be the white males and be better off with them? Maybe. But as you see similar rates of decline. But the problem is that there will always be there will always be a higher percentage of white men who will always be overachievers compared to that of black.
Yes, sir.
So their overachievers will always overshadow their underachievers, what that really means. And that was the whole point of this conversation, is the imbalance. There are too many underachievers among black men. Too many low lives. And too many sorry ass black men. So let's look at Latino males. Pretty high employment rate. Well, I should say pretty high unemployment. 3.4%. Excuse me, pretty low. Let me rephrase that. It's a little bit higher than than white males, but kind of splits the difference between white men and black males.
Mm-hmm.
But look at their employment in the population. So you're seeing roughly 78.8, or rounded up 79% of Latino males that are employed.
Mm-hmm.
Significantly higher than black men. Their labor force participation rate is at 81.6%. So you can round it up and say 82. So 82% of Latino males are actively participating in the labor force in 2020 versus 67.4% of black men and 63.6% of black men, respectively. Now, if you look at it for 2021 for Latino males, their labor force participation rate has gone down a bit from 81.6 to 78.5. A steeper decline than both black males and white males, but still higher than both.
Mm-hmm.
So here you are, a group of people that you can argue most still are not citizens, but yet they seem to have a higher effective labor participation rate than black men. Now, if you look over at 2021, their labor force participation rate is 78.5, and their employment in the population is 72.5. So we saw a decrease in both areas from year over year, from 2020 to 2021. But however, it's still significantly higher than black men and higher than white men. So what do you think accounts for that?
Numbers don't lie.
Yeah. Let's just move on to the women. So let's look at the ladies here. So we got black females and white females. Ironically enough, black women have lost quite a few points. So despite Negroes running around telling you women are winning, the numbers tell a different story. Even if you account for so-called websites that allow them to solicit for various activities.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers don't lie. So as you can see, their numbers are within a few percentage points of black men. So roughly even. So I think we can scroll down some more. Now the bar graph that you see right below these numbers here just pretty much summarizes the data above. It just puts it into a bar graph. So if you look right here under the bar graph, it says that the table 1 indicates the following: black men have the highest unemployment rates of any race, gender group, and the lowest labor force participation and employment rates among men. And black women work more than white and Latina women, and black male participation and unemployment rates are just a bit higher than those of black women, while white and Latino men work more than women in each group. While these black male unemployment outcomes are already disturbing, they obscure another important fact. The official BLS statistics don't count many black men with low employment, and adjusting for this fact further reduces the measured black male employment and earnings rate. So again, they don't account for the fact that people are underemployed. So effectively, what I said before, you have an effective, what I said earlier in this discussion, which is that you have an effective unemployment rate of black men around 50%. That's when you account for men who are underemployed. And hence why you see so many black men on YouTube. They want to start a YouTube channel. They want to get a Patreon. They want to get a Cash App, a Venmo, a PayPal, or whatever. Because you failed at life.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that so many black men are missing from the official data is evident when we compare the reported population sizes in the BLS data between black men and women, where we find that the former are 17% below the latter. I just want to make this clear. 17%. Male-female population gaps among white and Latino groups are not remotely high. Differential mortality rates and immigrant arrival by gender can account for just a few percentage points of the observed gaps in population between black males and black females. What they're saying is that black males have an effective unemployment rate of 17% less than black women. In other words, black women are working more than black men.
And if you think about it, when it says differential mortality rates and immigrant arrival by gender, so they're saying if you were to remove, say, black immigrants from the equation, the number could actually be even higher.
Oh, yes, the number would effectively be high.
Wow.
So again, this comes back to how, as a collective, black men have failed to live up to that Ronald McNair legacy. And a lot of folks got things really screwed up here. A lot of black men think you go hedge your bets on crypto and Bitcoin and all this other stuff. And while they're good mediums to invest, I'm just gonna be honest here, they're not gonna make you rich.
No.
And that's the honest truth.
And that's the thing. The sad part about it is you have a culture that, because there's no male discipline and actually working and earning your stake in society, essentially you have a group of men that are looking at trying to get rich as quickly and whatever means possible.
Yeah, it's that bullshit hustle mentality. And I don't mean I'm trying to be nice here, but yeah.
Oh, you fine, Doc. You fine.
No, I think it needs to be said that way, because that hustle mentality has permeated among the Z's. That's why you got 10-year-olds thinking they're about to be TikTok stars. That's why you got black kids doing the silliest of crap on TikTok and Instagram and whatever. Trying to get views, trying to get likes, trying to get some fame and notoriety. You got black kids on here on social media just clowning, acting whole fools on social media. And of course, black folks just think it's funny. It looks like a damn minstrel show. Anytime you turn around, black folks got up some damn video on TikTok of their kids dancing. Got some new dance they've come out with, they've invented or whatever. Everything is always about entertainment. And for the black males, everything is a joke. I'm still waiting for the damn punchline. Because these numbers are the punchline. There appear to be two additional factors accounting for the lower observed civilian non-institutional population of Black men. The undercount of such men in such surveys. Two, the large population of Black men incarcerated at any time. Of the 15 percentage point in the Black male and female populations between ages 25 to 54, about 7 points are due to incarceration and 8 to the undercount among those non-incarcerated. Including those incarcerated in population accounts with no employment or labor force activity lowers the measured education and employment outcome statistics of Black men relative to Black women and all other race gender groups. For instance, adding the currently incarcerated to the populations of Black men and women renders their employment population ratios roughly equal at about 59% to 56% in January 2020 and 2021 respectively. And if the undercounted but not currently incarcerated population of Black men has worse employment outcomes than those counted, which appears likely to be the case, then the employment of Black men falls below that of Black women. Indeed, Black male employment is lower than that of Black females, despite the fact that women also provide the vast majority of child custody and care in this population.
Uh-oh.
You're looking for your nuclear bomb? Here's your nuclear bomb. Because you got a bummy daddy that ain't taught you nothing, you go out here in this day and age thinking you got drugs, think you got dreams of being in the drug game. That's not what's happening. There is nothing out here for you. Sorry to tell you guys. The drugs, selling drugs, being street pharmacists, as you like to call them, that died 2 decades ago. Everything out here for you is nothing but hard time. But there's always this excuse that there's never a choice. There's always a choice. I had to do this for my family. No, you're lying. You did this because you wanted to win. Because there's a segment of the Black female population that responds very well to those kinds of men.
Yeah, wanted that street cred.
And you got your pro-Blacks out here that pathologize it, say that, oh, these men show that they can get stuff done, they have initiative. No. They were driven only, not because of something that was inherent in them, they were driven only because they wanted the female validation. Because there's nothing you will ever do in life where there isn't a trade-off. I don't care what you pick as a career. There is, as I was saying earlier when you were away, there's always a price to pay for everything.
Yes, sir.
The problem is Black men don't want to pay the price. They want it for free. You want the money to come in droves. That's why every Negro comes on YouTube talking some garbage about government and scams and everything is a fraud, and you get to talking some psycho, spiritual, social babble that means nothing. Nobody cares about it. But then you wonder why the white men in the white manosphere talks trash about you. Because they know what they see. You claim that you had to start a manosphere because they didn't address your concerns about race. Maybe the problem was that they know most of you all were raised by women and you're just as weak as them. See, other men can sense. See, the men that grew up with their fathers around, they sense weakness. They sense the false bravado that your drug dealers, your rappers, your entertainers, your basketball players give off. That's why so many of them get taken out to pasture and child support. They go broke because they were the plantation bucks sleeping with multiple women, having multiple children that they care nothing about and do absolutely nothing for. And the women just all take their wealth in child support. Or even worse, you're just a low performing Black male out here But then then you create some online persona on YouTube and say F child support, and then say you're better than all the educated men.
Wow.
But meanwhile you was just a lowlife working at an insurance-free hospital in Chicago. Making $40,000 a year. I guess the man of the hour was right about that, huh? But you can come on and say that men are getting ran through in child support court. I don't know married men who are educated who get ran through in child support. I don't know not one.
Neither do I.
I know
In fact,
plenty.
I'll go on a limb and say at least like out here West Coast, I've yet to meet a college graduate, a black man, a college graduate, who has never gone through who has gone through a divorce. I've yet to meet a college graduate that have gone through a divorce.
And that would be my general experience. And the numbers have bore this out for years,
Mm-hmm.
despite what Negroes on YouTube tell you. But Negroes get to come on YouTube and perpetuate a bunch of lies about the educated class of black men, about why college is a scam and why you shouldn't be going to college and why you need certificates and all this other crap. And that was why I wanted to lead off with that video of Ronald McNair, with that commencement address, because this was meant to show black men that, hey, there's a lot of dudes out here telling you a lot of garbage, but this is the truth. This is the reality. This is a black man who knows the struggle. It's a black man who comes from a little poor town, Greensboro. Greensboro is not exactly trailblazing anything.
Before we continue, Lawrence
Yes.
Guy, I don't consider you in that category because
I
you're
don't
not on.
know his
Yeah,
background, so I don't know his background enough to
that
even. So it
that
wasn't.
and also you're not online complaining like some of these other guys. So I wouldn't even consider you in that category.
Well, I just want to be very clear about something. I don't know his background enough to even make it about him. I was speaking in general
Right.
as to what's going on here. So it wasn't directed specifically at him or anything like that. I was speaking in general.
Right. And yes, there are exceptions to the rules, but that's the thing. They're just exceptions. They're not the rules.
Absolutely. But let's continue here. So I don't think we need to continue with this next round. Let's see what the researcher concludes. What explains the low unemployment rate among black men. For decades, a research literature by social scientists has documented earnings and employment gaps between black and white Americans and between men and other men specifically, and analyzed their causes. In my view, the major cause of lower employment and earnings among black men than other groups can be summarized as follows. Proximate cause, lower education, skills, and work experience. Ultimate cause, discrimination and social and spatial isolation. Mediating factors, lower marriage, child custody rates, and worse health. Reinforcing long-run factors, crime, incarceration, and child support. I think this kind of summarizes what I was saying just a few minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
While one could argue, and I would agree, that all of these factors are products of long history and ongoing reality of systemic racism, focusing on specific factors is important if we want to generate a practical policy agenda to mitigate these problems. And though I lump together the predictors of earnings gaps with those of employment gaps between black men and other groups, some of these factors affect employment and earnings together, whereas others create barriers or disincentives to employment more specifically. Number one, proximate causes, education, skills, and work experience. It's widely known that education, skills, and work experience are major determinants of employment and earnings in the U.S. You will find out very quickly most Black men just have high school diplomas.
Mm-hmm. If at all.
Exactly. The problem is that there's become a pervasive rule of there become this pervasive talk among Black YouTube about just some certificates. And if we have time, might look at some job listings, look at some listings for some jobs, for the type of things that Black men claim that they want to do, and see what they're asking for. Because certificates are not going to help you. They're just going to, at best, they might get you an entry level position, at best.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not going to change a general trajectory without any formal education. I will tell you that. And this is across the board.
Yep.
So it is also well known that Black Americans lag behind white Americans and Asian Americans in educational attainment, and that men generally lag behind women. See, Black women figured out long ago that they can change their lot in life by going to school. Now, yes, Black women do carry a huge bulk of the student loan debt, but it can be argued that most Black women are graduating with degrees that are worthless.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why you see such high levels of debt. But for those that don't, you see that they do very well for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, data on bachelor's degrees, BA, BS attainment by race and gender in 2019 show that 24 and 28% have such degrees among Black males and females ages 25 and over. Comparable percentages among whites at 36 and 37. So the 0.24 is just a percentage in a decimal form. So just 24% and 28% respectively. If adjusted for undercounting and incarceration among Black men, the gaps between them and the other groups would be higher. And again, unfortunately, I do have to agree in some respects when Black women talk about the numbers of Black men incarcerated. And it's not that Black men, a high percentage of Black men are incarcerated. So many Black men have had run-ins where they at one point that they're currently incarcerated, but so many have been incarcerated that they effectively can't even if you wanted to go to college, you can't. Because unless you have a way to pay for it out of pocket, that's the only way you're going to get help. Because once you get incarcerated, you lose all ability to get financial aid,
mm-hmm.
among a number of other things. So there is some truth to that discussion. And again, the numbers bear that out. Because again, even this researcher is admitting he's not even counting for the fact that when you do really start to look at incarceration rates among Black men, that those numbers are even lower. So when you have 1 out of every 4 Black men that has been arrested or incarcerated at some point in their life, that's a pretty damn high percentage.
Yes, indeed.
The lower educational attainment of Black men relative to both white men and Black women no doubt reduces their earnings levels and employment relative to both groups. Indeed, Black men have relatively lower educational attainment than Black women, and white men and women at other levels of education, as well as high school completion and associate degree attainment. So what this paragraph is saying that not only do Black men have lower educational attainment, meaning you're attending college, but even compared to secondary and junior college level, the rates also lower at that level for Black men compared to Black women, white men, and white women. That is what that is saying.
And that's a shame because high school is free, and junior college, for the most part, you
It's
can
free.
easily pay that out of pocket.
It is free. There are a lot of junior colleges in this country where it's pretty much free.
Right.
I mean, most junior colleges are only charging like $80, $90 a credit out, which means which means Pell Grants, and many of them are even less than that if you're in a smaller town, smaller city. And if you got a Pell, which means basically basic financial aid can cover that without you even needing loans for the most part. Hell, if you just work, if you work and did that, you can pay for that stuff out of pocket.
Right. Even part time.
Yeah.
Easily can cover that.
So this becomes an issue of ambition.
Mm-hmm.
So because again, you have to explain for the black men that have never been incarcerated, why the numbers are so low. This does lead to an issue of purpose and ambition. Why are you here? What are you doing? Let's continue. Of course, there have been growing gaps in labor force activity between college and non-college men of all races, as the labor force activity of high school educated men has been declining for decades. Even so, employment rates among black men with high school or less education have been well below and decline more rapidly than those of similar white and Latino men. The disappearance of well-paying jobs in durable manufacturing and other industries and the decline of unions have hurt the earnings and employment of black men more than white and Latino men. And the stagnation of the federal minimum wage has likely hurt as well. I'm going to be real honest with you about the minimum wage. I can give a damn about the minimum wage. When I worked, minimum wage was $5.25 an hour when I was in high school. Okay. And I worked at I'll never forget my very first job. I worked at a seafood restaurant. So I would come home in the evenings smelling like seafood. Okay. But hey, it was something it was my first job. It is what it is. But the point is that you got so many black males out here, and this is very true when I talk to young black kids, they don't want to work. Let's just be frank here. They don't want to work. You talk to the black males in high school, they don't want to work. They all got pipe dreams of being athletes, which after this, we're going to go into our last one, or maybe the second to last one for the evening. But we can probably stop here because, well, maybe the next paragraph. But the point is that they truly don't want to work. They have dreams thinking that they're going to be on YouTube, TikTok. They're going to be in sports and athletes. They're going to be an athlete or a rapper or whatever. In other words, they want to be an entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a path to nowhere for the vast majority. But let's continue. Observed gaps between black men, black women, and white men and women can also be found on other important dimensions of skill. For instance, the achievement gap between white and black people, and also between men and women, as measured by scores on standardized tests, has been well documented. Some evidence suggests the gap narrowed modestly in the 1980s and 90s, but has remained fairly stable since then. Test scores reflect cognitive skills that help determine not only higher education attainment, but labor market rewards as well.
Mm-hmm.
And though they have been somewhat less documented and explored, a range of non-cognitive or socio-emotional skills. Oh, what do we call that? Soft skills. Yes, and what do black men skills? Like? Soft skills. Such as external and internal direction of aggression, motivation, and social skills contribute importantly to both educational attainment and earnings as well. Here again, evidence suggests that the black population lags behind the white population along a number of dimensions. Have you ever just been out in public and just run into black folks that just gotta be ignorant? I mean, let's just be honest here. I mean, there's been so many times I'm out, my wife and I out, we go out for dinner or something like that. And it's just craziness.
Yeah.
Can't even enjoy a quiet dinner because go somewhere, Negroes got to be Negroes. And in all fairness, and I'll be fair here, I would say most of the time it's not the men. It's not black men. It's black women.
Yep, you're right.
I'll be fair. I'll be fair. I'm not. I can't put that at the feet of black men. Black men typically are fairly well behaved in public. It's the women who are out here acting crazy in public, making a scene, acting like heathens and hooligans in a restaurant. I mean, there's a number of high-end restaurants my wife and I have gone to in the past few months, and I would tell you, man, we've been here, we've gone there, and yeah, it's groups of black women showing up with black women, no men in sight, no men or man in sight, and just acting a fool, just acting ignorant for no damn reason. But I don't think we need to go any further than this because I think this pretty much hits home. Because we can talk about the cause of the discrimination, social isolation, and all that, and while that is true, well, let's go down to number 3. Because I think, and the reason I would skip over number 2, because as a man, you do have to be comfortable with understanding that sometimes you, as a black man specifically, you have to be comfortable with the fact that you're going to do a lot of these things on your own. People are not going to support you. And certainly, if you dare to have dreams larger than the people you come from, they sure as hell not going to support you.
No.
They're going to ask you, you're going to hear silly stuff that, why you want to be like them white folks? Why you want to talk like them white folks? It's a waste of money. College is a scam. That's what you're going to hear.
Right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let's go down to the number 3, media, marriage, and health. I do want to talk about it. Declining employment among less educated men in the U.S., and especially black men, has been correlated with a decline in marriage rates.
Whoa. Wait. Let me just read that again.
Go ahead.
Declining employment among less educated men in the U.S., particularly black men, has been correlated with a decline in marriage rates. How do you explain this?
Simple. When you have to think about someone other than yourself, you're motivated to be an achiever, an overachiever. Truth be told, when you are married, and obviously that leads to children, and you have to think about someone other than yourself. See, part of the problem with the discussions that go on in black YouTube, and particularly among black men, is that black men want to be able to do what they do, want to be reckless and want to be able to sire kids and not have to pay the price of that. That's why you hear dudes crying about child support and all this stuff, because you want to be reckless, but you don't want to pay the social cost of that.
So, in other words, good dog, here's my thing. Just based off of that little tidbit, how then could these men in that particular space want to talk about the importance of the black family when they don't even talk about the importance of black male education?
Yeah, they're because higher educated men get married, and those couples that are educated do stay together. The numbers have always bore this out. You see relatively low divorce rates among educated people, including black people, because you have skin in the game. See, black men never wanted. Modern day black men don't want any skin in the game. They want the game for free. This is how you get dudes like Future and guys defend him, saying he shouldn't be getting ran through in child support court. But why would I care? he reaps what he sows. Remember, there's a cost for everything.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be reckless with your seed, then fine. You pay the price. The price is these women get to take you and liquidate your assets and child support. How about that? But let's continue. But that opening sentence is a gold mine.
It is. Definitely.
You probably should share this with SKC. I think he might appreciate this.
You know what? I will definitely reach out to SKC right after the stream.
Yeah.
Because I know he definitely talks about the educational side of Black America and why it is going down the drain. This here is more ammunition to that argument.
Yeah, this is backed up by data. The data is all from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. So before Negroes get to whine about where you get the data from, it is hard to determine exactly to what extent this relationship is causal, and if it is, in which direction the causation works. What seems most likely is that the causal effect works both ways. On one hand, a lack of effective employment opportunities renders many Black men as less marriageable. On the other hand, lower marriage rates reduce incentives of men to work to support their families. So what this ultimately saying is that, yeah, the lack of education leads to higher unemployment rates, which effectively makes you less marriageable. While on the other hand, you being less marriageable means that you have less marriages that occur, which ultimately reduces the incentive for men to actually be a provider. That's the summarization of that paragraph.
So next time I hear some of these knuckleheads online talking about the importance of we gotta stick together and rebuild the Black family and all, I'm just going to point to them to this article and just tell them, can you explain why Black men who have little to no education seems to not do well when it comes to marriage? Because in order to have a family, and I mean a legitimate traditional family, you gotta go through this route.
Yeah. See, Black men have been trying to find a way to circumvent
Oh yeah.
this process. And the problem is you're not going to circumvent this process. While you was away, I was talking about it. You can go abroad, you go anywhere. But don't think for 1 minute, well, you can go slum it up in Dominican Republic and some of these other Latin American countries.
Mm-hmm.
Or some of these island nations. You can go slum it up there. But if you think for 1 minute you're about to take your ass over to Japan, South Korea, China, Germany, and think you're going to get women, you're talking about Japan, for example, is a small little island nation composed of a few islands, but yet they've led the world in high-speed rail.
Yep.
So much so that people, engineers and scientists come to their country from other countries to study their high-speed rail technology so they can go back to their countries to build high-speed rail. That's what China did in the past 20 years.
Yep.
That's
and even then, Japan still has the third leading world economic system in the world.
Yeah. Here's a little island nation whose auto industry has continuously beat out the U.S. The number one cars sold in America are from Japan.
Right.
Go figure. They've led the world in robotics and AI technology. And what a lot of Negroes don't understand, and I'm sure you know this, and Kidagakade Jones knows this, But Japan has a very high percentage of its citizens that are actually college educated. I think it's around 50%.
Yep.
So in Japan, if I am correct, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it is pretty much expected of you to do that, to go to college.
Like I said earlier in the stream, all of my male Japanese friends, I'm not even including the females, but just the male Japanese friends, all of them have at least a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, that's part of the culture. And you see the same is true in China. You see the same is true over in Korea. It's true over in many of the European countries. Germany comes to mind specifically. There's a reason why the greatest engineers and physicists, some of the greatest engineers and physicists in the world came out of Germany. Negroes go drop millions of dollars a year on BMWs and have no clue what that symbol on the BMW means. They don't even know what BMW used to do before they made cars. They don't know that BMW almost was part of Mercedes back in the 60s because the US forced them from making aircraft for the Nazis into the auto business. And they weren't doing well the first couple of decades. And so they were on the verge of bankruptcy, and Mercedes was going to buy BMW in the 60s. And at the last hour, somebody came through and saved BMW. And so instead of there being three German brands, instead of what would have been two German brands, now you have three: Audi, BMW, Mercedes. But again, that's neither here nor there. But that tells you about a country that's a fraction of the size of the U.S. Two countries that are a fraction of the size of the U.S. And you look at China, you're a rock star. If you're an educated Chinese, you're a rock star. If you're a professor or a teacher in China, you are a rock star.
Yes, sir.
You have millionaire teachers in China because that's how much they value education. This is a country that just 30 years ago, well, really 50 years ago, half its citizens were addicted to opioids.
Yeah.
After the Mau Mau Revolution, they forced themselves from addiction. But we know most black men can't stop smoking marijuana. That's why most of them can't do well in the employment area in the first place, because many of them can't stop trying to find ways to narcotize themselves or space out into Never Never Land. But let's continue, sir.
I think this next one, you definitely going to enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, I read all of this before we did tonight. Weak health also impedes labor force activity, especially among less educated men. I've been saying this forever. The health of less educated white men has deteriorated in most recent years due to substance abuse, obesity, and racial gaps in such well-being have narrowed. But most evidence suggests that morbidity and mortality among black men continues to be higher than among comparably educated white men. Self-reported disability also appears to be very high among black men and women out of the labor force in Detroit and other major cities. Now, why do they talk about Detroit? Why did he mention Detroit? See, at one point, and even it's still mostly true today, Detroit was a city that was 80% black. But they had a series of black mayors, black councils, and alder black council members or whatever. And they essentially did nothing. So what? But Detroit also shares a couple of infamous distinctions. One, Detroit has the second highest child poverty and illiteracy rate in the country. You have over 40% of black children in Detroit are born into poverty. You have a city that has about 50% of its residents that are illiterate. But also, too, Detroit also has one of the highest rates of obesity among Black people in the country.
Hmm.
And this is true of Black men who go into, dare I say this, the blue collar industry.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
The vast majority of your blue collar Black men are either obese, have numerous health issues, or they are disabled. What doesn't get talked about, because I know a lot of folks talk about truck driving and some of these other blue collar jobs and stuff like that. And while I'm not against those things, but I do think it needs to be said. Most of your truck drivers are obese.
Yep.
I know
I
this
mean,
because I've done numerous DOT exams on truck drivers. They're obese, they're diabetic, they have hypertension. And why? If they're diabetic, they have to do these are mandated through DOT, through the Department of Transportation. They have to get these exams done yearly
yep.
because you have to be fit to be on the road and to be sitting behind the wheel for 8 to 10 hours a day.
And that's the nature of the job. You're
Yeah,
sitting behind a wheel. You're in a stationary position for 12 hours. How is that even healthy?
yeah. And that's what I try to argue. And again, that those are things I've talked about in the past. I certainly talked about over at the Black Brain Trust in the past. But yeah, so many Black men get disabled on the job. In fact, blue collar workers lead in workplace disability, workplace injuries. This and what folks don't, what Black men don't understand, when you decide you want to quote work with your hands instead of using the biggest asset you have, the one between your ears, is that you have to pay a price for that. And there's a price for
Hmm.
everything, as I was saying
Yes,
before.
sir.
And the price you pay is that you might hurt, maim, or kill yourself or disable yourself. For your blue collar workers, workplace injuries and disabilities are extremely common. Back injuries, most of all. Nerve injuries, but back injuries are probably the most common. And the interesting part, I've seen numbers of Black men who've gotten TB, who've gotten traumatic brain injuries from blue collar positions. And believe me, when these issues happen, workman's comp, these companies don't want to pay.
Nope.
They calling up folks like my wife or and such like that, or well, can you are they good? Can you clear them or what? Or yeah. Why? Because they're trying not to pay you out. Even if they do pay you out, it's gonna be trinkets compared to what you should get,
Hmm.
pennies. But yeah, I just so and there's always the data's always been out there that about the disparities in health issues among blue collar workers versus what you would call white collar workers. It's always been that way because again, yeah, you can do some monotonous work. You can sit behind a desk, and I get it. A lot of folks don't like boring jobs, I can understand that for sure, definitely. But again, if you worked a hard life as a Black man, because I've seen these discussions in chats, and I've seen Black men say, "Well, my father was a blue collar guy, and he wanted me to do blue collar. He said it was a good life," and I'm like, "Your father lied to you."
Hmm.
Because there's very few white men that I met in my years that were blue collars that ever wanted their kids to do what they did or even be blue collar workers. They've always made it very clear. I took the arrows so you can go to college.
Yep.
And see,
I,
it's that selfless sacrifice. Go ahead, sir.
oh no, I was going to say my paternal grandfather he never got a chance to go to high school, let alone go to college. But he made sure, he told my dad, look, if nothing else in this world, you gonna go to college and you gonna get a degree. And that's from my paternal grandfather. Had no education to his name, but he understood the value of it and made sure his kids, especially my dad being the youngest, made sure he went to college, he got his degree, now you go make something of yourself. And that same mentality was passed on to me and my brother. My dad was going to sit here and say, "Well, yeah, most likely you need to go ahead and go into the blue collar, go into manufacturing, whatnot." No, even my pops was, once you graduate high school, I don't care how you get there, you going to college.
Well, let's look at it this way. We've seen the explosive technological growth in this society over the past 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been plenty of talk over the last few years about pretty much, I'm just going to be honest here. Most of your blue collar jobs are going away to dinosaurs. You can argue a number of your white collar jobs are probably going to eventually phase out as well, too, for a number of different reasons. But here, the lesson Black men can take is what Asians and East Indians and the Jews have done, which is, how can you be single digits in terms of representation of the total overall American population, but yet you're overrepresented in areas as computer scientists, medical doctors, nurses, scientists in general, but the professional, they're overrepresented in the professional industries.
Yes, sir.
You go to any medical school, and although Asians are 6, maybe 8% of the total population, but they're damn near 50% of your medical students.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Silicon Valley, it looks like little India and little Asia. Meanwhile, Black men argue with the non-educated Black men argue with the so-called educated Black men about the viability of going to college. How's it viable? Well, apparently the Asians seem to figure out how to make it work for them.
Mm-hmm.
The East Indians, the Arabs, the Jewish, even white folks. Because yeah, even though we saw those numbers for white men and Black men were comparable, were within a few percentage points of each other. But again, as his research shows, that you still have a much higher percentage of white men who go to college, about almost 40%. And it's even higher when you account for Asians, Black immigrants, compared to their relative representation within the population. But go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, and I don't want to hear the excuse of, well, institutionalized racism makes it difficult for Black men to even go to college at all. You want to know my answer? Dr. Ronald McNair. There's your answer.
There's always going to be an excuse for everything. I would do the child support thing, but we already know. But you know what? Screw it. You know what? Because I'm really tired of the child support, Black men on child support, the baby daddies of Black YouTube that love to talk about all this stuff, like to throw shade at the educated Black men and love to throw shade at Black men who are married and all you've been is a baby daddy in your life. And you know how I know? Because I've seen plenty of the women that they have impregnated, and I've seen the outcomes. See, when you're in healthcare, Sigma Jones, you deal with outcomes. You deal with what people haven't done.
Yes, sir.
So I know what kind of life you live just by looking at the insurance you have. And see, that's something that a lot of Negroes don't want to hear. See, I know if you've done anything in your life because I can just tell by your insurance. And it doesn't matter if you show up with Medicare or Medicaid. It's all the same. But even if you have certain types of private insurance, I know what you do. I know how much you make. Yeah, it's amazing how much you can learn about people just from the things that they show up with, the things that they can't, the things that they don't tell.
Mm-hmm.
But just looking through their medical records, looking through the things that they present with, yeah, I already know what kind of life you have. No matter what you tell me, because you're gonna lie to me in most cases, or at least you're gonna tell me a lie of omission. But
And you know, Doc, I know for a fact you're not lying because my brother, who's a PA, tells me the exact same thing.
yeah,
That you can learn a lot about a patient just looking at what type of insurance they got.
yeah, no, it really is true. But I the enormous racial disparity in incarceration rates in the U.S. is widely known. At its peak, it was estimated about one third of all Black men appeared to likely to spend some time in their lives being incarcerated, while among high school dropouts, the rate was an appalling 2/3. So,
2/3.
roughly 66% of all Black men who are high school dropouts were most likely incarcerated.
Mm-mm-mm.
The higher incarceration rate among Black Americans in turn is likely to be driven by three factors: higher participation in crime, including violent crime, harsher criminal sentences imposed on the crimes that Black men are relatively more likely to commit, such as possession of sales of crack cocaine relative to powder, and discriminatory policing and infrequent conviction in the criminal justice system, all of which I do agree with. The fact that Black men have participated more frequently in crime, especially during the 70s and 80s. So, see, Negroes want to tell you that the Black man dropped off crack in the 80s and the Black American, every Negro got hooked on crack cocaine, but I'm here to tell you, and the data is clearly tell you, oh, Negroes been in the crack game since Malcolm X days.
Mm-mm.
See, Nicky Barnes and Frank Lucas were products of the 70s, not the 80s. See, the 80s brought you bums like Freeway Rick Ross, a Negro who didn't learn how to read until he was damn near 30 years old. But let's continue. The fact that Black men have participated more frequently in crime, especially during the 70s and 80s, was at least partly driven by their perception that the relative rewards to legal work were declining among less educated. We still hear that argument today.
Mm-hmm.
While the rewards to crime, especially drug sales, were growing. But drug sales also led to the crack wars of the 1980s and beyond, which imposed enormous cost on Black men in terms of employment, loss, incarceration, and death. And what that really is saying is that what Black people have always known to be true, but Negroes lie about. You had a really high percentage of Black men who were involved in drug trades of the 80s, of the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s.
Yep.
While such violent crime has declined greatly since the mid-1990s, leading to great improvements in the quality of life in residents of low-income Black neighborhoods, such activity remains considerably higher among Black than white men, according to several sources of data. And young Black men in such neighborhoods remain more targeted by police and more subject to the use of force as well as incarceration. Indeed, incarceration has risen over much of the past two to 3 decades, while crime has declined, with the former perhaps contributing to the latter, though the incarceration rate has been declining over the past several years. So I agree with everything in this paragraph. Yes, Black men do tend to be are more targeted by the police. Yes, while I agree with that.
So in other words, Doc, I'm just connecting dots here. it would seem to me that, and don't get me wrong, there are exceptions to the rules. Let me
Yeah.
just put that out there. But the exceptions don't make the rules.
No,
So,
they prove the rule to be true.
right. So, this paragraph is essentially telling me then the more educated you are as a black man, the less likely you are to be targeted by police.
That's essentially what the article is saying. And I think anecdotally that does tend to prove to be true. Um, Again, look, at the end of the day, there's no doubt that there are unequal sentences, and even the author is not arguing that, and I'm not arguing that as well. I'm not saying that these are not true. The author is not even saying it's not true. In fact, he's admitting that all these things are true.
Right.
All these things are also stemming from the fact that you still have a huge percentage of black men that have lower educational attainment than black women and than everyone. And that ultimately leads to lower to higher unemployment rates than everyone else. And that's not when you factor in all these various X factors like incarceration and things of that nature. So again, a lot of these things can be mitigated. No, you will never live in a full 100% non-racist society. I'm sorry, I know Negroes don't want to hear that. You're not gonna get rid of racism. Racism will always be an indelible part. Yeah, people ain't gonna like you because you're black. That's always gonna be. That's never gonna change. And I don't think anyone's arguing. I don't think anyone's arguing that, oh, these things are not true and racism doesn't have an effect. No, black people blame every single thing that happens with black folks. All of it is blamed on racism. All of it is blamed on, I wasn't able to do this. No, you wasn't able to do this because your daddy was a bum. If you are a millennial, you know goddamn well your damn daddy was out. Most of you all know your fathers was out there in the drug game. He was a bum.
Yes, sir.
Millennials are the crack baby generation. The crack babies of the 80s and 90s, those are your millennials. Even some of your older Zs. Those are your crack babies. They were born of boomers and these older Gen Xers. And I find it ironic that a woman will sleep with a man who's a drug addict. Isn't that what we found out when DMX died a few months ago?
Mm-hmm.
There didn't seem to be a shortage, even though people have known that this man has been addicted to crack cocaine since he was a teenager. There didn't seem to be a shortage of black women who was willing to sleep with a man who was a crack cocaine smoker. Irrespective of what that could have potentially done for children, how that could have led to a number of congenital issues. But that didn't seem to stop. That didn't seem to be a deterrence to being with for low life behavior. Because that's exactly what it is. It is low life behavior. Degenerate behavior. But there now seems little doubt that incarceration reduces subsequent employment among ex-offenders, especially black men. At a minimum, such men fail to accumulate meaningful work experience while they are incarcerated. But in addition, their experience led employers to avoid hiring them and for the men themselves to become permanently disconnected from employment network. I want to be clear about something. I am okay with black men who are incarcerated, who understand that I was out here, I was involved in activities I should have never been involved in.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, I turned my life around. I'm not with these folks no more. I'm not involved in that culture no more. I want to do something better than what I started out doing in my life. I'm okay with those men. I don't have a problem with those men. I don't have a problem with those men who understand that, yeah, I needed to do a complete 180 if I really wanted to turn this around. I'm okay with those men. The problem is that most of those men will never do that. It is very, very difficult to change the psychology of someone. By the time that they are, truth be told, around the time that they're 7 to 8 years old, that psychology is set in.
Yes, sir. And even then, they say to learn a new habit, it takes at least 28 days for that habit to become part of your lifestyle.
Yeah.
So you consistently have to keep doing that habit for at least 28 days before it becomes part of second nature.
Yes. You know, and that's the problem. See, if you read Piaget or Vygotsky or Erickson, these are well-known names in the field of psychology, and specifically developmental psychology, it is extremely difficult to change someone's psychology. Extremely difficult. Even when faced with life-threatening events, I've seen it throughout the years. People who can have cancer, they won't change what they eat, they won't change their lifestyle, they won't change their diet, nothing. And this is especially true of Black folks. So the fundamental issue is that, yeah, we can sit here and blame the boomers and blame these Gen Xers or whatever for the ills of all these younger Black men who've been incarcerated, who had to who got out in the streets and were selling drugs and doing their activities, if you will. But here's the problem. If you follow the rule, if people learn from experience, learn from watching what people do, then it will also be true that you also learn what not to do by watching what people do wrong. Mm-hmm. So are these very conscious choices that people are making to get into this? Or is it something that a white man dropped some cocaine and some guns off in your neighborhood and he said, look here, Negro, you go get this and you're going to sell this to Black folks. You're going to sell it to Black children. And you all are going to get out here, take these guns, get out here and start wars and start shooting each other.
Well, if you listen to the pro-Blacks, they will have you believe that's what happened to them.
This is what happens when you have cognitive dissonance to the level of you're just delusional. Mm-hmm. Nobody didn't force Black people and specifically Black men to do anything. These have been very conscious choices. Even for the younger Black men, the Black men that are under 25 out here that are doing the craziness, out here in the act, doing the activities. These are very conscious choices because you don't think that getting out here and actually doing some goddamn work in your life is honorable. You don't think you should have to do that. The world owes you something. The world doesn't owe you a damn thing. Hell, I'm a veteran and the world doesn't owe me nothing.
Mm-mm. I mean, heck, we just went over articles talking about how most of your homeless Black men are veterans.
Yeah. The world doesn't owe you nothing. What you get in this world is what the hell you take from it, what you get out, what you go and take from it. And you know what that's called? It's called ambition. Mm-hmm. Because see, you don't have to ask Chinese men or Asian men or East Indian men or white men. No, they just go out there and get it. See, Black men only do something. See, I know it's probably going to piss a lot of guys off what I'm saying tonight because I'm not a woman saying this. Because it's become very clear, and this is why Black men are sitting here scratching their heads wondering why the white men are attacking, quote, the space. because you all don't get it. The levels of weakness, the levels of low life and weak behavior that Black men have demonstrated is the exact reason why white men never took you serious in the manosphere. Because they know most of you all were low lives. If YouTube didn't exist, most of you Negroes be on the streets begging. If you didn't have Patreon, you'd be on the streets begging. If Cash App, or Venmo, or PayPal didn't exist, you'd be on the streets begging for a super chat. Most of y'all be barely just making it after your multiple baby mamas done ran you through the ringer in child support. But let's read this last sentence and then we're going to go into the last one because it's getting late. In addition to the declining marriage rates between Black men and women, along with rising percentages, this is the last paragraph, with rising percentages of children being born to unwed parents, have resulted in the fact that over 60% of all Black children are born to single parents. In response, enforcement of child support orders on non-custodial Black men by the U.S. child support system has grown more rigorous. While such enforcement has generated some positive outcomes for Black single mothers and their children, when fathers cannot or do not pay, they go into arrears or debt on their payments. And since the deduction of child support payments from their former earnings grow very large when this happened, it apparently drives some of these non-custodial fathers out of the former labor market in much the same way that high tax rates might do. And so despite some reforms in the child support system during Obama years that were designed to ease the pressure on poor men, their incentives to work when in the arrears remain limited. You know, I don't feel bad for I don't feel bad for baby daddies. I'm just gonna be really frank here. See, if you want to play Russian roulette with your penis, because I don't believe this crap for 1 minute. Your mama didn't tell you about the women out here. If you got a single brain cell in your head, you know the women you shouldn't be messing with. You know which women are for fun, which women you can actually make a family with, if you will.
It's funny because it seems like other races of men understand that dynamic very, very discreetly. They understand that yes, there's women out there that, you know, are rolling the hay every now and then, and whatnot. Although they're less likely to get some random woman pregnant. But then when it comes times to, as they say, father time, somehow they have no problem finding the right women for that marriage and family lifestyle.
Yeah. Look, all men of all groups, they do that. They sleep around, they sleep with various women, but they're smart enough to understand that, hey, I do want a family, so I'm not gonna be out here siring illegitimate kids. I'm not gonna be out here siring bastard children. And so you've had Black men on YouTube blame everything from the system, white supremacy, to my mama didn't tell me about these women out here, to, hey, why don't you just admit the first whore you met was your mama? And every woman you've been with is in an effort to redeem her. That is the psychology that is pretty much immutable at this point. It's like the juggernaut. Once he's in motion, he can't be stopped.
No, sir.
That is psychology. That is the psychology that governs your typical Black male out here today. They're plantation bucks. And if you do not need to look no further than the NFL, NBA, and entertainment in general, your rappers, comedians, whatever. They all do this. Some of you most well-known comedians out here, folks like Eddie Griffin. I don't know if anybody know who he is, but maybe.
Oh, I remember him.
You know how many children he has? 10.
Yeah, I'm about to say I lost count since what, 2009.
Yeah. And you got black men that big up these men, black males on Twitter with the blue check marks. They big up these men. They big up men like Damon Dash, he can't explain how his former partner Jay-Z is a billionaire, but you're a man that was once married to a West Indian woman, and she has her wealth is more than yours.
Wow.
But here he is at 50 years old, still fathering illegitimate babies with damn near 40-year-old teachers.
And don't even get me started on that knucklehead Nick Cannon.
You know, we're going to leave him alone. We'll leave him alone. So even when, again, here's a prime example of how he is probably the poster boy of how psychology is immutable. Because here you are, a man worth at least about $200 million now.
Yep.
And yet, how many children he has?
Definitely knocking on the door of 20.
Oh, damn. I know he had a lot, but here's a man who was married at one time, married to his dream woman. Although she was a basket case, but that's here nor there. But the point is that, look, at the end of the day, the stats, they tell the story that black men know anecdotally, and certainly when they have these encounters with black women, and you got so many black men that are complaining, well, black women don't respect that. I'm a blue collar guy. Black women don't respect it. There's a reason why. Mm-hmm. Because and again, I'm not defending black women or the choices they make or what they do, but I am saying that they're just like any other women. Women want winners. They don't want men who look like they just gave up in life. But sir, let's move on. Let's do the last one. The last one I want to bring up. We've been at this for a while. So let's bring up one of the PDFs I sent you, the NCAA black male graduation.
Coming right up.
Let's bring this one up because this is the money maker, right?
All right.
All righty. So here's the thing. The guy that wrote this, he's a black man. I think he was a sociologist, if I remember correctly. PhD at USC. I think he's also a commentator over at CNN, if I remember correctly. But he put this together in 2018. And so this is all data coming from the NCAA Division I black male graduation rates, degree attainment for NCAA Division I college sports. So this is for principally basketball, football. Again, that's what most black males play. So he did this initially in 2018. I don't think he's done one since then, but he just did a thing. But I want to make something real clear because there's two things that stick out to me here. One, I don't like the title because when you look at the data, you don't see inequities. You see what people know. You see the stereotypes of black male athletes to be true in the day. So I want to have a problem with the title because it's not inequities. And two, the quote that he has quoted, perhaps nowhere in higher education is the disenfranchisement of black male students more insidious than in college athletics. No, that's not what's going on. That is an outright lie. But I wanted this because he did a very good job of aggregating data across Division I, across NCAA Division I collegiate sports. So let's scroll down here, sir. And We don't need to read. Well, yeah, so he summarizes the results of his year study. So if you go down to the next page under executive summary, he just kind of summarized the results of the study. And we'll just read a few of them. It said black men with 2.4% of the undergraduates enrolled at 65 universities, but comprised of 55% of football teams and 56% of men's basketball teams on those campuses. Now, I looked over all of the data here. This is just an average. You will see in many of these universities, the black men were like 80%
Mm-hmm.
of the players.
I would imagine that the HBCUs that number is definitely much higher.
Well, the HBCUs are not Division I schools.
That's true. That's true.
So this is all for Division I schools, all of them.
You know what? Now that you mentioned that, I will probably say your schools in the SEC, your
Yeah.
Southeastern Conference like Alabama,
Yeah,
Georgia, LSU, those will have a higher ratio, much higher ratio.
absolutely. And I know folks that go to LSU. I personally know folks who've gone to LSU. In fact, I know some folks. I know folks who went to the engineering school there, went to law school there, went to number of the medical programs there. Yeah, I know some folks who went to LSU. So the second paragraph says across 4 cohorts, 55.2% of black male student athletes graduated within 6 years, compared to 69.3% of student athletes overall. 60.1% of black undergraduate men overall, and 76.3% of undergraduate students overall. Only the University of Miami, Georgia Tech, University of Arizona, your neck of the woods, and Vanderbilt University graduated black male student athletes at rates higher than or equal to student athletes overall. And you will see, when you see the data for that, I will tell you right now, my hypothesis, my explanation for that is simply put, the schools that they name are top tier schools. These schools are highly ranked academically. So the students that they get are usually, even the ones that play athletics, are usually your top performers.
Yeah, University of Arizona, I would definitely say I forgot their ranking as far as like top schools in the nation, but I know for certain they're in the top 50.
Yeah, yeah. And all the schools that were named are all in the top 50. All those 4 schools he named in the top 50. Georgia Tech is like, yeah, Georgia Tech. Vanderbilt is like number 13 in the country. So yeah, again, these are schools where they just pick a better quality of student, which goes back to that Forbes article, from earlier. So 59% of universities graduated black male students at rates lower than black undergraduate men who were not members of intercollegiate sports teams. This is why I said those 2 quotes, the title and that quote, are BS. Because what you're going to see in the data, that the black males who weren't athletes had almost a 20% difference in the graduation rate than black male athletes. So how can you say that is disenfranchising? How can you possibly say that? Only the University of Louisville, Mississippi State University, University of Utah graduated black male student athletes at rates higher than or equal to undergraduate students overall. Meaning that they also compare black male athletes to all students, to all undergraduate students. And as you see in the data coming up here shortly, that most of them, you had most of the black male athletes failed to graduate at rates similar to all undergrad students. Over the past 2 years, graduation rates for black male student athletes in the Power 5 conferences have increased by an average of 2.5 percentage points compared to 0.8 percentage points for student athletes overall, 1.8 percentage points for black undergraduate men overall, 0.9 percentage points for undergraduate students overall. At 40% of the universities, black male student athlete graduation rates have declined over the past 2 years by an average of 6.5 percentage points. Rates increased at 36 institutions in the Power 5 conferences. Rates remained unchanged for black male student athletes at the University of Illinois and Clemson. Now I know so many people who've gone to the University of Illinois. I know a ton of people. Again, I'm from Chicago, so I know a ton of people who went to the University of Illinois, and the numbers there are pretty abysmal. And I'll just warn you ahead of time: LSU has the worst numbers. I'll tell you ahead of time. University of Louisville, Kansas State. There's maybe one other school that had worse numbers than LSU. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but
we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, University of Louisville, Kansas State University, and Vanderbilt University had the largest percentage point of increases in Black male student athlete graduation rates over the past 2 years. University of Georgia, Ohio State University, and Louisiana State University had the most significant percentage point drops in Black male student athlete graduation rates over the past 2 years. So let's just get straight to the data. So if you go up to the where it says racial equity and winners, that corner right there with these universities, basically these are the schools that have the highest percentage of where Black male student athletes are overrepresented. As you can see at the top of it, University of Florida, 75.5% of the D1 NCAA Division I players, NCAA Division I players are Black. So that's combined for basketball and football. So 75.5% of the players.
And if you look at the data, with the exception of North Carolina State University, the top 9 schools are all in one conference, the SEC.
Yeah, all in the South. Yes, they're all in the same. Yes. So University of Florida, Auburn, all of them neighboring schools. I mean, all of them in neighboring states. So University of Florida, Auburn, Mississippi State, LSU, University of Louisville, University of Georgia, University of South Carolina, Ronald McNair's alma mater. Like I said, this is why it's a disgrace. University of Alabama, University of Missouri, North Carolina State University, Texas A&M, University of Texas, FSU, Texas Christian University, Ohio State, the Ohio State, University of Miami, University of Kentucky, University of Kansas, University of Tennessee, Virginia Tech, Duke, University of Arkansas, Duke. Now, this is the one that really stands out right here, Duke. Because everybody knows the prestige of Duke. University of Arkansas, Oklahoma State University, University of Virginia. Also, Wake Forest stands out too. Because if you don't know, Wake Forest is more of a medium-sized university, is in North Carolina, not too far from Duke, is in Winston-Salem, but very highly ranked school, like in the top 25 in the country. But they're also very well known for their medical school. Their medical school is one of the top ranked in the country. Oh, so I want to point out something. Now, this is why I say even the own data that this guy has put together, why these quotes he put are very misleading, where he make it sound like Black athletes will get disenfranchised. Because look at, if you go down to the next page, on page 7, the first column on the right, on the left, it says universities with highest Black male student athlete graduation rates. Look at the top 10.
Let's count the waves. Northwestern University, Vanderbilt University, Notre Dame, Stanford, Duke, Georgia Institute of Technology, so Georgia Tech, Michigan, Wake Forest, Louisville, Virginia, Clemson, Utah, and Miami. So I can tell you right now, in the top 5, actually we can say the top 6, just looking at that, these are your top academically inclined universities.
Yeah, I would actually throw the number 7s in there, because University of Michigan and Wake Forest are all in like the top 20 schools in the country. So basically, what does this tell you? What this really tells me is that How do you explain away this? One, the quality, the caliber of the black student athletes that they're recruiting.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
They're not
sir.
recruiting dummies. They're recruiting students who can do the damn work. Not just be a drone that can run, jump, catch, and throw a ball. Because he has to, because this is why I said that title and that quote he has on the second page, this is very misleading, because you have to explain why at the top universities where black males were highly represented, because black males were highly represented at Duke, like 60.2%, 60.7%, but yet they got an 81% black male athlete graduation rate. You have to explain it. University of Michigan, there's another school. This school, Big Ten. It's a Big Ten school. This school is like number 13, number 14 in the country, something like that. Again, you have to explain this. And I have a lot of McNair grads, I'll tell you right here, go to these schools right here. A lot of McNair scholars go to University of Michigan, go to Georgia Tech, go to Duke and Stanford, and Columbia and Johns Hopkins as well. Those schools don't really have it.
Now, there's just a little snippet, especially for Duke University. Now, Coach K, I know he's retired this year, but when he was the head coach for basketball, this man have actually come out and stated that when it came to recruiting black student athletes, one of his biggest priorities was finding black basketball players who came from a 2-parent household.
Yep.
So that's why I believe this number is legit.
No,
81%.
The numbers are legit because the numbers are, even if we remove for that fact that you just stated, the numbers are legit because the schools in this ranking here in this these top 10 schools that they have that he has right here, where they have the highest percentage of black male student athlete graduation rate. All of these schools are all top tier schools. All of them.
Yep.
The Northwestern is like number 5 in the country, or number 6. I think University of Chicago is number 5 and Northwestern is number 6. But again, these are top tier schools. So what they tell you, what does this tell you? This tells you that the students that they're recruiting are academically sound. They don't have they do not have discipline problems. They can be an athlete and get the work done. But let's go look at universities with the highest percentage of point increases in black male student athlete graduation rates. What's this? The next column over to the right. So number 1, Kansas State.
Yep.
Kansas State and Louisville both share number 1. Vanderbilt, Michigan State, another Big Ten university. Actually, I know a lot of folks at Michigan State. University of Mississippi, USC, your neck of the woods. University of Wisconsin, my alma mater. Mississippi State University, University of Minnesota, Auburn University, Indiana University, University of Michigan, University of Arizona, University of Virginia. So again, the schools that they have listed here are schools that are pretty well known, with the exception of a couple, but the vast majority of them are pretty well known for their academics.
And even then, just look at the percentage increases.
Yeah.
With the exceptions of maybe like 3 schools that their percentage was like 44. I'm seeing percentage where it's like 58%, 52%, 62%, 57%. That means that on average, the vast majority of their black male student athletes are most likely to graduate based on that percentage increase.
Yeah, so what this tells you is that this isn't disenfranchisement. Basically, what's happening is that these schools have really started to commit to bringing in better quality black student athletes, black male student athletes. That's what this is telling me. It's not telling me that black male students, student athletes are getting disenfranchised. No, what it's telling me is that, yeah, these dumb Negroes hurting our numbers there. We need to get some Negroes that can actually count and read right along with throwing and jumping and catching the ball. So, well, I guess here's the top 10 schools right here with the lowest black male student athlete graduation rates right underneath the one with the highest. So here we go. LSU, number 1, 34%.
Wow.
University of Georgia, 36%. University of Florida, 37%. Oklahoma, OSU, 38%. Berkeley, 39%. University of
That's
Iowa.
surprising.
Yeah, that is kind of surprising given the academic prestige of Berkeley. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
University of Arkansas, 40%. I'm not surprised. University of Kentucky, 41%. Not surprised there. Ohio State, 41%. Somewhat surprised, but then not surprised because Ohio State is another well-known school that's known for its academics. University of North Carolina, 43%. That's another school very well known for its academics, but also the alma mater of Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas State University, 44%. Iowa State University, 44%. University of Mississippi, 45%. Not surprised. So universities with the highest percentage of point drops in black male student athlete graduation rates. Number 1, University of Georgia. Look at that drop off from 51 to 36. Good God. LSU, 45 to 34. Damn. Ohio State, 52 to 41. Ooh. North Carolina, State University, 60 to 51. University of Nebraska, Oregon State University, University of Maryland. The rest of these, the drop-offs isn't so significant, but obviously the top 4 are the most telling.
Right. And even schools that are listed in here that we know are academically sound, like Northwestern University and Stanford, they still have a higher percentage in the 80s.
Yeah. This is crazy. So it's telling you that they still recruit more academically sound black male athletes. Because again, there's always been this pervasive stereotype about black male athletes being, let's just be frank, you're stupid.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
But let's go down to the next page, to the Atlantic Coast Conference. So this one should be. So yeah, and I think the problem where they're talking about disenfranchisement because basically they're talking about right above this. He has a quote where he has a little statement he has right there where he's talking about the Power 5 football coaches earning $3.7 million in annual salaries and how so few of them are black men.
Oh,
boy. But again, here's the problem. You know why I don't have a problem with that? I'll tell you why I don't have a problem with that. Because black men have not stopped trying to send their sons to these schools with the hopes that they might become the next star athlete.
Mm-hmm.
The next number 1 draft pick. So I don't have a problem with that because look, at the end of the day, if you still send your kids to these schools to just be a bunch of useless idiots and all they know how to do is just run a play or catch and jump and throw a ball, hey, it's a one-trick pony. It is what it is.
Yep, I have no problem with it either.
If you send your sons to be thoroughbred racehorses, hey, that is what it is.
Especially, I mean, let's just be honest. When you have a demographic that have grown up without a black male role model,
yeah,
why would you expect them to take direction from a black head coach or a black athletic director?
And that's the problem. If you see these athletes, most of them are typically looking for they're looking for a father figure.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Negroes all over YouTube, women, the men, they're all talking about mentorship. Look, Mentorship is designed to help you navigate a particular industry in the most efficient way possible. Mentorship is not to replace your lack of a father in the household.
Nope.
But let's continue with this Atlantic Coast Conference. We'll make this real quick. This is crazy. So let's just start with the representation, because I think that's really where it matters. The two at the top. So let's do representation. So Boston College, Black men are 1.7% of the undergrads and 37% of the basketball and football team makeup. 1.7%. So you got roughly a 36 times difference by a factor of 36. Insane. Clemson, another good school, 3.6% of the undergrads, but yet they're 59.6% of the total basketball and football teams. Insane. Oh, it's getting worse, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Duke, 4.1%. That's interesting. I would have thought the numbers were lower at Duke, given the procedure Duke. 4.1%, but yet there's 64.8% of the basketball and football teams. Florida State, 2.9%, but yet there's 69.2% of the basketball and football teams. Georgia Tech, 4%, but 57.4%. University of Louisville, 4.5% of the undergraduates, but 75.6% of the basketball and football team. And if you go down, the next one that really stands out is right below it, University of Miami at 3.3% and 67.5%. Then North Carolina State University, they're 2.7%, but 69.6% of the football and basketball teams. And in the last four, Syracuse University of Virginia Tech, and Wake Forest, they're roughly around 3% of the total population and 61 to 63% of the total makeup of the basketball and football team. But here's the number that matters. As far as I'm concerned, here's the numbers that matter. It's the one directly to the right of it. The graduation rates of Black athletes versus all Black men. This is why I'm saying that what he put in here is very misleading. Boston College, 60% of all Black athletes graduate versus 79% of all Black male undergrads. So you have a 19% difference. What accounts for that? I'm just curious, what actually accounts for that? Because last time I checked, when you're an athlete at these D1 schools, they practically throw you the world. Teachers will pass you. They let you turn in assignments late. You can do what you're damn near God on these campuses in many respects.
Right.
So how is it that when basically you got professors that are virtually passing you, that these guys aren't graduating? But here's the one that really stands out. Duke, number 3. 81% of your Black athletes graduate versus 89% of all Black males undergraduate students. Numbers are fairly close. But we'll just say for the sake of argument, they're equal. But why would the rates be so high? Because again, this comes back to the quality, the caliber of student athlete that they are selecting. I'm no sport aficionado, but I do know there was a basketball player back in the 90s that went to Duke. I think it was Grant Hill. And I remember he got called a cornball by Black men because he went to Duke and he didn't talk about none of the crazy crap. He didn't do none of the crazy crap the other Black male basketball players did. He was a pretty straight-laced guy. But let's continue.
Now, I want to take a look at that number for the University of Louisville. That one right now is sticking out like a sore thumb. So the percentage of Yeah, the percentage of black male athletes graduating from the University of Louisville, 65%. But all black men, including your non student athletes, 47%.
Yeah, and that was the one when I went through this initially. This was the one that kind of perplexed me a bit because I couldn't really account for that. Other than maybe, just maybe, the athletes are getting a lot of leeway that the rest of the black male undergrads are not getting. Just maybe. Because theirs was completely reversed compared to the others.
Right.
So that
Because
was a
that,
little perplexing. I am curious as to why that was the case. I'm gonna have to dig into that one a little bit more because we definitely gonna have to follow this up because we definitely gonna follow this one up because this needs to be talked about.
right.
Because let's talk about I came because when I initially looked at this, I was really puzzled by that number because theirs was the only one that really stood out. So, well, let's look at University of North Carolina, Chapel. Let's look at UNC. 43% of all black athletes graduate versus 75% of all black men for a difference of 32%. Well, I just say the stereotype of black athletes holds true if these
Yep.
numbers are to be believed. Notre Dame, 86% of all black athletes graduate versus 89% of all black male undergraduates graduate. So pretty close. There's only a difference of 3%. But again, Notre Dame is the top Jesuit school in the country. They're one of the top universities in the country. And again, the student body reflects that. They pick a high caliber student. They don't bring they want to protect their numbers, and so they make sure they bring in students who can perform well academically. Let's look at University of Virginia. 65% of black male athletes graduate versus 83% of all black male undergraduates graduate. So difference of 18%, pretty large discrepancy there. I mean, again, this just kind of proves the point, which is why I'm saying that his numbers are very misleading. I mean, the statement, even the title of this study is very misleading because outside of Louisville, you really can't account for the schools in the Atlantic Coast Conference, why their graduation rates for all black men in general tend to be quite a bit higher than they are for black male athletes.
Right. I mean,
And
yeah. I was going to say, just looking at these numbers, it's like, okay, these universities, as long as you're not a black male athlete, or excuse me, a student athlete, it looks pretty decent that you're most likely, outside of Louisville, you're most likely going to graduate with a bachelor's degree.
Yeah. Again, and here's the funny thing. If you look just right above it at Syracuse, 47% of all black male student athletes graduate versus 68% of all black men undergraduates graduate. That's a difference of 21%.
Yep.
So I mean, again, this is what we're saying. I mean, I think the two at the bottom, they're important, but I want to compare this apples to apples, black men versus black men. Because we already know the graduation rates for black athletes versus all students is always going to be higher in favor of all students. And certainly will be true of all black athletes versus all athletes. The numbers will certainly skew in favor of all athletes. We already know that. But because so many Negroes on YouTube talk about competing in the sports arena, being in physical combat because you're an athlete, no, you just proved the stereotype of black athletes to be true. You're dummies. You're idiots. You hit the proverbial you got lucky in the genetic arrangement while in vitro, and you got blessed with certain physical characteristics. And your mama decided she was gonna put you to work as her racehorse.
Mm-hmm.
She was gonna turn you into a thoroughbred by hook or by crook. Even if we gotta find some folks to take your ACT for you. Talking about
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose over here, but we ain't gonna talk about that. But
Oh no, I have tutored some football athletes where I have to question, how did you even get here? Academically. I know how you got here athletically, but just academically, how in the heck did you get here?
yeah, I mean, the data is really telling. And this goes to the point of what tonight's stream is about. And there has to be a part two to this, because
Oh yeah.
I was going to compare black folks to black immigrants, because we have data on that too. So probably when we get off, we'll probably talk about scheduling a part two to this, because I do want to continue this.
You know what? Being that this is the last week of February for Black History Month, I think we could edge out part two for this week. We'll definitely behind the scenes just get with the schedule and all, but
Yeah.
I think we could do a part two to send this month off on a right note.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think, yeah, we got to do part two, because I wanted to compare black folks against black men against everyone. But let's just look at this. You know what? We'll finish this up on part two. Let's just finish this up on part two, because it's pretty late here. So yeah, we gonna come back to this, folks. So yeah, we will. Yeah, so this is the last week of February. So yeah. Let's just we will continue this with the NCAA Division I conference, that, because yeah, I wanted to do tonight's stream, and you and I got together because I wanted to show how there have been so many pervasive attitudes and conversations about what black men should be doing with their lives, about how to be productive. And the numbers bear it out. The data bears it out. Again, the previous bit of research we just looked over from the Brookings Institute with the researcher there pretty much highlights a lot of what you've discussed in previous streams, and certainly what I've said. But, you know, again, when we're looking at unemployment rates among black men, there are a number of things, and yes, and again, Negroes want to try to tell you college is a scam, but the data has been pretty clear for a number of years that unemployment and marriage rates are directly tied to educational attainment. They are correlated. Now, the question has always been which one causes the other. So there's always been a debate among that. But the data has been clear for years that higher education, or lack thereof, I should say, is directly correlated to worse outcomes for black men. And then when you couple that with child support, which that previous bit of data we had, that last paragraph pretty much just said, yeah, black men just drop out of the workforce because you got to pay child support. That's pretty much the summary of that.
Oh, Dr. Figs, you gonna create some enemies with that statement?
But even the data, I'm just summarizing what the data say. Even
yeah,
the researcher pretty much said the same thing in the data. I'm just summarizing. I'm just putting it in a one sentence format, and I'm sure it will. Look, I know guys were upset about the military thing, but again, I had to do that because it's not because I'm discouraging black men from joining the military. My goal was to tell you this is how you do it. There's a right way and a wrong way to do the military, and unfortunately, the advice that most black men get is the wrong way how to do it. And I'm telling you this as a black man who was in the military, who was in Iraq. I got the awards to prove it. And I'm telling you that, yeah, there's the right way to do stuff, and there's the wrong. I give you an example. Do you know I just had a military recruiter call me yesterday?
No, I haven't
Yeah,
heard of that.
I just had one call me yesterday. And I said, well, how'd you get my number? He said, oh yeah, you're on my list. I said, oh, that's because I'm a veteran. He said, yeah. He said, well, what do you do? I said, well, let's just say I'm in the medical field. And I said, that's why you all are calling me. You guys in need of some medical professionals. I know it. You always have been.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, I'm sorry, sir. If you like to talk, I said, the only way you and I could ever talk is if you're not talking about Officer OCS, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Even then, I'm really not interested. So I did my time and I'm done.
There you go.
But the point is that for young black men, the whole point of me showing the data dudes is, I know guys were leaving some, I know there was a few guys who left some comments talking about, I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Oh, I knew exactly what I was talking about because it wasn't my data. It was from the DOD. I just summarized the data for you. See, military retirement isn't based on all these little extra things they throw in your pay. It's based on your base pay.
Right.
And there's only two things that affect base pay: time and service, time and rank. That's it. But again, just like with tonight's stream, when you got low lives joining the military, and believe me, everyone knows, and you can talk to any officer in the military, they'll tell you that the U.S. military was landing a bunch of low lives between 2003 and 2012. That's why they kicked most of them out.
Yeah.
So this discussion tonight was meant to highlight, one, just all of the inaccurate information black men have been getting, and specifically for younger black men. And I don't give a damn who doesn't like this, because I want to make something really clear. If you're a black man under 25, you owe it to yourself.
Yep.
Don't do it for me. Don't do it for Sigma Jones. Don't do it for Dr. Ronald McNair. Do it for yourself. You owe it to yourself to challenge yourself to be better than them bummy ass Negroes you came from.
Mm-hmm. Because
see, most Negroes, most black men don't want to admit your mama was a bum and so was your daddy. And if you dare to ever have ambitions beyond them and beyond black people in general, yeah, it's automatically, in many respects, going to make you a damn pariah. Because the norm in black America is ignorance. That's the norm.
Yes, sir.
Stupidity and idiocy dominates and permeates through black America. You'll listen to anybody that can satiate your need for psychosocial spiritual battle. And you know what's more weak than anything? I'll be real frank with you. You know what's weak? Because everybody likes to talk about educated black men are so weak and they're just some bunch of pushovers. But like Ronald McNair was kicking ass in the academic arena and in karate last time I checked. Not to mention he was a very talented and very accomplished jazz saxophonist. I know you're a big fan of jazz. Yeah. I know you would appreciate that. And you also probably appreciate he was a 5th degree black belt in karate.
Honestly, if there was a true definition of our standards of Black Ronin, Dr. Ronald McNair would be at the top.
Yeah.
Hands down.
And you know the funny part, you can see there if you just Google him, you will see photos of him in space wearing a beret. He looks like, if you ever seen the movie RoboCop and you remember the black guy and the black character, he was kind of like the comedian. He looks just like But I say that to say that, yeah, as black men, we have done a legacy of Ronald McNair a disservice, and more importantly, we've been a disgrace to it. You know, the pro-blacks like to have you believe that there's a handful of your so-called warrior scholars, the John Henry Clarks. Like, I would never denigrate what they've done, because yes, they are owed a level of respect and appreciation. But at the same time, most of them died poor. Given for people who to this day never appreciated what they ever done. Malcolm X died for black folks. Martin Luther King died for black folks, but if you let the pro-blacks tell you, they act like the only Negro that existed during the 60s was Malcolm X. Because why do they like Malcolm X? Because Malcolm X was the street hustler.
Yes, sir.
But see, he was the street hustler that loved white women until he went to jail. Not because he was robbing, not because he was committing robberies, but because he was dating white women. He was guilty of miscegenation.
Mm-hmm.
But see, that's what he went to prison for, not jail. Because they probably wouldn't give him that much. The judge probably wouldn't completely lock him away like that had he not been with a white woman.
Yep.
But see, but if you let the pro-black tell you, they make it sound like Martin Luther King with this weak and humble dude. Last time I checked, it was Martin Luther King that was out there who gave his life. He knew he was gonna die. I don't know if anyone's ever seen those autopsy photos of Martin Luther King. Half his face was blown off.
Yeah.
When that man died and they did an autopsy of him, the pathologist that did the autopsy said he had a heart of an 80-year-old man.
80-year-old man.
Yeah, and he was 39.
I was just about to say, barely in his, almost in his 40s, but just 39 years old.
So this is a man who proverbially died on the cross for black folks. And black folks only mention him, only say him. And unfortunately, you know, they talk about him as if he was just some weak and humble. I don't think a man who was willing to give his life for what he believed in is weak.
Mm-mm.
And you just like the other radical because he represented what's supposed to be the real black man. Mm-hmm. Oh, because Martin Luther King came from a 2-family home, a middle-class upbringing, a formally educated black man.
But it's something, because even with Malcolm X,
Mm-hmm.
towards his latter years, he finally realized that the only way that a black man can progress in society, he's got to be able to work with others.
And that's the problem. That is where black men fail, because black men have consistently trying to find ways to circumvent rules, social norms, and social rules that have been in place since time immemorial.
Mm-hmm.
They've been trying to find a way to hustle your way around it, circumvent it, I guess, whatever. They've been trying to find every excuse possible, and certainly aided by a very pathetic class of black academics who refuse to tell the truth, which is why I wanted to read that Forbes article from another academic who really put it in the starkest of terms what the problem was. Though there was some questionable things she said, but as a whole, she was correct about most of what she said.
True.
But
Very true.
But black men respect Malcolm X. Black people respect Malcolm X. But last time I checked, Malcolm X wasn't killed by a white man.
Nope.
Last time I checked, Malcolm X was gunned down, shot in front of his own kids and wife. Shot in front of his children and wife. By how many black men? I know the ones I know one of them got out of prison a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. I think at the very minimum, it was 3 that was caught.
Yeah. But everyone knows it was a conspiracy that included multiples of men. Mm-hmm. And yes, you can say he had government help. They had government help. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I believe that is very true. But I also believe very true. How easy was it to co-opt Negroes to do their dirty work?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
What does that say about black men that you were able to co-opt black men to go kill another black man for white men? What does that say? How weak? So this viral strain of weakness that black men have been demonstrating, this isn't nothing new. This goes back decades before you or I were ever born.
Yeah.
This weak, feckless, cowardly behavior and ways to circumvent things that people universally know to be true. And see, you're right. Malcolm X did learn. Yeah, I have to learn how to work with people because unlike, no matter how much the pro-blacks tell you, sorry to tell you, you live in the U.S. You better
Mm-hmm.
find some way to work with people because you ain't gonna never get nothing. But you completely abhor and in some ways have contempt for Martin Luther King. Because why? Because he came from a two-parent home and he was a formally educated man, Nobel Peace Prize winner.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were closer on their issues than they were further apart. Especially as both Martin Luther King and Malcolm X got older and they started to have some other experiences. Yeah, they really began to see, and this is especially true of Malcolm X. When he went on his Hajj to Mecca, he saw what
Mm-hmm.
it was. And see, that's the difference between black men who really travel versus black men who go slumming it up in backwater countries in Latin and South America. When you truly see the world and the world sees you, the question is, who do they see? And as far as I'm concerned, in all my travels over the years, Sigma Jones, and I've been to many countries,
That you have.
I will tell you, when, especially when I was a little younger, when black men would see me, I mean, excuse me, not black men, when I would meet other groups of people, first thing they would talk about was rappers and athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Now I will say that now you got more black men traveling, at least the ones that got some damn sense, and they're going to places that black men don't normally frequent, and they're actually doing a very good job of actually getting people to see black men as black men. And certainly folks like you who go to Japan, which is one of the countries on my hit list, because unfortunately it's one of the places I have not been to. Um, it it is certainly good to see there are black men who are there that actually go places and know how to behave and show people that black men aren't just a bunch of hooligans and heathens jumping to other countries looking for sex and acceptance from women.
Right.
But with that said, sir, I do appreciate you having me. And yeah, because there's only 1 week left, which means we will have to probably do this soon. Um, yeah, we're gonna be back for part two to finish this because yeah, I wasn't done yet, folks. I just there was so much data I had that I pulled up to support this argument, and I wasn't even done comparing black men against black immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
I got I got Bureau of Labor Statistics that on that, which you got in the email I sent. So, but lo and be, but again, sir, I know we've been at this for a while, but thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, no problem at all. Definitely for the audience, just stay tuned because there's definitely got to be a part two for this to end this month. Because again, like Dr. Phoenix says, if you're a young black man under the age of 25, you don't owe it to me. You don't owe it to Dr. Phoenix. You don't owe it to anybody in the chat. You don't even owe it to Dr. Ronald McNair. At the very least, you owe it to yourself to do much better than what the average black man here in America is doing. And so for me, this is extra motivation for me. I'm already a college graduate, but outside of some things I'm going to be finishing up on the side and everything, I've already have plans to, especially in my position working for a university, I already have plans to go back and get my master's. And go ahead and knock that out to move even higher up the corporate ladder. Because that's another thing that's not talked about. You know, These guys like to look at these CEOs and like to look at these director positions and everything. I'm going to tell you right now, the very minimum to even attain those type of positions, you have to at least have a master's. And so it's just something for a lot of you guys out there to really think about. And again, let me just make this clear. This is not a black YouTube channel. I don't even go off of that bar. This is just a simple YouTube channel of like-minded men who just so happen to be black. That's how I view it. So whatever information you take from this, more power to you. But you can't say that nobody have said anything in regards to helping black men. And so, with that said, I am Sigler Jones, my co-host at the man of the hour for all of the culture bombs, Dr. Phoenix. Until next time.